Okay, here we go. Well, last time the stream kind of ended abruptly there when I lost my connection for whatever reason. So I decided to just pause where I was at instead of trying to continue on. Let's see. Looks like the stream's working correctly and everything. I don't think anything is going bad. But yeah. So yeah, I just paused where I was, running back to wherever the save point was. But anyway, slowly I'll get up back to where the place is. But now that I'm almost at the end of the game though, I can probably get through the rest of it relatively quickly. Because I may be recalling incorrectly, but I think there's only 2 dungeons-ish left. The next one is long like this one, and then the one after that I think is relatively short and quick. So I think I'll probably do... I got some tanned hide. More information available. You know, it just occurred to me I didn't put this on the screen I normally put it on. There. Now I'm actually not looking to the side anymore. I'm more looking at the camera. Anyway. Yeah, when my connection dropped out, I was almost at the end of this place anyway. Woo! But yeah, almost to the very end. Let's see. I think probably... I was planning on saving anyway, pretty soon the last time I was playing. I think probably I'll just swap out characters and do my normal thing, which is to re-equip everything and start over. Or, not start over, but select a new group of people I'm adventuring with. That way I'll keep my pattern consistent. Yeah, I was like 2 minutes away from the save point. Okay, I'm at the Gate of Earth. Okay, since we're starting again, since we're just starting, I'll select the 3 lowest people. White Mage. Yeah, I should make Fran... Maybe I'll make Fran and Pinello change their job classes. Give Fran some Time Battle Mage. Give Fran some Time Battle Mage powers, and give Pinello some... I don't even know what a Foe Breaker is. I think that's what I'll do here. Yeah, I got a new summon. What's a Foe Breaker do? They wear heavy armor and use axes? I don't think I want my Black Mage wearing heavy armor. But it does, I think, diversify the amount of weapons and stuff that they have access to. Because I noticed when I was buying up equipment earlier that it seems that if you give somebody two physical classes or 2 magic classes, it doesn't really make them like a more potent in that particular thing. It just restricts their capabilities. Oh, okay. Foe breakers do have access to shields too. And I don't know if black mages have access to shields. Because shields aren't mystic armor. They use staves? I don't know if staves are two-handed weapons, but they might be. But I think I'm going, either way, I think I'm going to be, okay, yeah, they are two-handed. Well, swapping them out will at least give Pinello, I think, access to more equipment options, and will also give Fran access to some magic points. So whatever Fran's magic points are won't be useless. It would also be good because the way that I had been prioritizing things or setting them up was I was trying to save Pinello's magic points for using the black magic, but that meant that I would never have anybody have with the haste ability, which is a pretty decent ability. At least if for physical fighters it's useful. Guess I'll go to the bazaar. First I'll see if the bazaar has any interesting equipment. Probably not. Okay, let's see. The bazaar has like lots of merchants everywhere, but there's only one that actually has anything that you can buy. Okay, I already bought some of these. Okay. I guess I can buy those now, but it's not exactly very useful. But you know, it's good to check that every once in a while. I think there's a couple things that store sells which are incredibly useful, but you can only access in the towards the very end of the game. So eventually those will show up. Like, I guess bubble is useful. I mean, not that I've used it at all, but it's potentially a useful thing. Okay. It's giving me money. How does he even hear about these things? Let's see, Fran. Oh, it completely de-equips her, I think. Okay, I just can't pick one of them to get rid of. I have to get rid of both of them. Okay, so that's going to be a little annoying, but it's probably worthwhile to do it. And it's not like it'll take me that long to just buy everything back, but this is not something that I would be doing if I didn't think it would be very useful. Okay, so... Okay, they're both wiped out completely. Okay, so she was an archer. And she'll also be a time battle mage. Which... Wait, oh, I forgot buying the second board is something that is on this board somewhere. Yeah. I guess you could do this to like just make your current point usage more efficient too, but it seems to me that... Yeah, here we go. Time Battle Mage also gives access to ranged weaponry. But really, I just want to make her the Time Battle Mage Archer because time magic is... I think I only remember haste being useful, but it's like a spell that you could cast a lot of, just because whenever it wears out, you could set it up to... I guess gravity is also useful in certain times. But I think for the most part, I'll just worry about... Oh, I need to unlock all the gambits again. Wonder if that means it'll... I wonder if that means that I'll have to completely reset all the gambits I had. Won't be too bad for Fran because I think I only had her using some items, and I think I only had her using some items and healing. So it shouldn't be too bad, I think. I guess I may as well do that. I don't know if she'll be doing much magic casting. I should probably make sure she has the archer gear I want before I Okay. What? Oh, all the magic lore stuff is next to each other on the archer board. And it's on that little island by itself. That's nice, I guess. I guess I'll buy these. A little cough every once in a while. Okay. Probably should have inspected the board more so that I would have a better idea of what parts of the board I had bought before. So I could just restore all my... Mostly restore what I had already bought. But it probably doesn't matter that much. What are those? Heavy armor. That's weird that it's locked away on archer board. Okay. Reduce action time. That always seems to be good. I guess I'll buy that. But I think I'm nearing the point where I probably have enough points to just randomly buy and be okay. Otherwise I'd be a lot more careful about how I'm spending all this. Like these low-level bows, probably don't need to buy them. Gain MP after dealing damage. Gain MP after taking damage. Yeah, definitely want to buy all these things. Anyway, this is going to take a while, but at this point, it's a good thing that it's doesn't require very much focus to do. Like how all these icons look distinct from each other, but like I'm never going to remember what the icons actually do. Because look, like this looks like wheat. Well, I guess those are supposed to be Phoenix down. Looks more like wheat, not like a feather. Unless feathers look very unfluffy if they're down. I don't know what looks different between down and regular feathers, though. But yeah, that does look very different than I would expect it to look. I guess I'll buy some accessories over here. I really don't remember what accessory I had on her. But I'll get there. I could equip the bubble belt on her, make her a tank. cat ear hood. I guess I'll just start buying these. I guess these are gambits and techniques mostly on the top side here. I can't remember, like those... Okay, well, so if I learn this, I could cast Raise. There's a summon that has heavy armor locked behind it. The other board gives me that anyway. I wonder if Raise is somewhere on this board, or if it is like, I guess it's locked behind there. And probably summons clear the path to these two things. I don't know, it's confusing how the... wonder if... I mean, there's probably some kind of optimal arrangement you can do, but I don't know what it is. I guess there's no point in really worrying about whatever. But getting access to 2 curing magics. I guess I didn't need to give her access to better magic by just changing classes. I could have just unlocked that part. I would have had 2 very useful common spells to give her. I wonder if there's side areas on other boards that are like that too. Spam, 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 spam. That's nice to make you think that, or try to make me think that I'm spam. Being spammed. Oh yeah, she's remembering that. Well, hello, spam enthusiasts. I'm just currently doing a spam activity in the game, which is just buying all of these things because I reset my character build. I don't even know why I reset it, really. Sokotoa... Why do you have a crown in my chat, Sokotoa82? Is that because this is the first time you've talked to me in there? And it just gives you a crown if it's the first time that you've talked to me? For the stream? First interaction? I guess that must be what it is. But... it's... oh, okay, it means you have Twitch Prime. Okay, I don't know what Twitch Prime is. I barely even know what Twitch is, and I'm on it, so... it must just be a subscription service to avoid ads. That's probably what it is. You only have Twitch Prime because you have Amazon Prime? Oh, okay. Amazon Prime members get a free sub per month to give to someone. Yeah, I've heard of that, but that's because I've watched other streamers and they've talked about that. And they're like, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can give me a free sub every month if you want. But don't forget you can do that. You don't have to give it to me, but, you know, just, I'm reminding you now when you're watching me because no reason. Stuff like that. Yeah, she gets Shades of Black as a... I guess I didn't have to completely nuke all of the equipment and whatever to give her magic, but I did not know that. Oh, these would be useful. Increase physical attack damage. So I guess it probably is worthwhile just for this. All of these things, because I don't think the battle lore is on the other board. Drain is useful. Okay, so let's see. That's what the crown means. They have Amazon Prime, which gives them a Twitch Prime per month to give out. Oh yeah. It's kind of a dumb icon to have, to be honest. What, you don't think that being an Amazon Prime subscriber, you should get a weird white crown with a blue background for that? You don't even think about it. Yeah. When I look at people in the Twitch chat window and they have various icons next to their names, I never know what it means. I know some of them mean stuff like currently subscribed to the channel. You know? And that I totally understand. But, you don't even think about it. Well, I mean, if you're going to support some kind of hierarchical structure, like, you know, somebody has to be the king has to be used for something, right? The king symbology, because that indicates that that's like the best thing to be. And what is Amazon gonna think is the best thing to be? Are they gonna think that it's best to be a king, maybe? I don't know. Something like that. You can mouse over to show the icon. Oh, okay. It says Prime Gaming. That's... I did not know that that was a thing. Well, you know, hey, that's how I learn about this stuff. You can learn it by actually just reading the FAQ or whatever. Or you can learn it by just waiting until somebody stumbles upon you and then waste their time having them explain it to you, hoping that they know what they're talking about. And well, it's a lot quicker and more accurate to do the second one. It's a lot more fun to be lazy and to just expect other people to Google it for you. Or just know it if they know it. You're a Prime member too? Well, apparently you're not Prime enough, because you don't have the crown. Only one king in this chat, apparently. You wish the icon meant that they currently have a sub to give, but you're pretty sure it's just always on. Well, I don't know if letting the streamer know that somebody has a sub to give them potentially is the best idea. Because, you know, you'd be like catering to that particular person to get their attention. I'm not sure that's a brilliant idea there. I mean, you know, it's social media is going to have some element of harassment to it that just by the nature of being what it is, but you give somebody more tools to facilitate that or more incentives to facilitate that type of behavior, and it's going to create tendencies for action that are not very good. But yeah. Hey, maybe it just like gives the crown randomly to you on a day-to-day basis. So like if you showed up another day, maybe you'd have the crown then, and then Sokotoa wouldn't. But yeah. Just going around buying all these things. This is a real meat of RPG games, is fishing through menus and making decisions that seem like they should matter, but they kind of don't. This is what you're doing with your life when you play an RPG. That sounds like dismissive, and it sounds like the description of somebody doesn't like it would give, but it seems like it is accurate as a description. Like, you know, if you're playing an action game, like the decisions you're making in the game are like snap decisions you make to jump over the hole or whatever, and decisions you're making that actually impact the way the game plays out. But this is sort of like you have points to spend, you know. I guess you could always make the decision not to spend points. You could get to the next town and say, you know what, I will not spend my money to buy the objectively better in every way weapon and armors. I will instead spend my money on nothing to just make my number go up. Like, I guess that's a decision you could always make, but like, really, when you play the game, you just spend the money because there's nothing else to do with it in the game. But that always seems like, you know, it's decisions that seem like they should matter, but they kind of don't. Well, eventually I'll start fishing through a different menu and entering in options and stuff. And then the real meat of the game comes when I start wandering around. And I'm almost to the end of this game. Like, in terms of where the plot is. Yeah, Epic Menu Simulator. That's right, some guy. Epic Menu Simulator. It seems kind of stupid, but like, doing this kind of thing when you're just digging through menus yourself, you know, you don't necessarily have an audience, you're just kind of like going through it and doing whatever. Like, that can feel fun, even though it's like, I mean, a lot of games are kind of like that, but a black mage can buy specifically that heavy armor if they get that summon. That's kind of weird. Staff of the Magi. I'm definitely buying a faster move, or faster turn speed. I think I'll buy some of these now. Ooh. You'll leave a lurk. Okay. I don't have like a lurk bot or anything. Enjoy your dinner, Sokotoa82. But yeah, this is a very much not the interesting part of the game. But it is weird that like randomly some licenses on one board appear on the other board. So like if you wanted to figure out how to build your character optimally with as few points as possible, like you could buy stuff on one board to open up stuff that's further away on the other board. And then you'd just have a bunch of like random patterns. I wonder if they like tried to intentionally design the game to like be interesting in the way that all these things were arranged, or if they just like somebody was put in charge of it and they just decided to put things in a random order. They're like, I'm in charge of this design, and they're like, yeah, just put stuff wherever. You know, they made sure to make the most useful or powerful things like at one corner or another, but for the most part they just scattered things randomly-ish. I guess that's the only thing they need to do, really. The illusion of complexity or choice matters more than actually having a valid choice. You know, like what I was saying about, that's just a description of RPGs, is the appearance of having a choice when you kind of really don't. It's just the genre of game. Which, you know, that being true objectively doesn't make it less fun. That being true objectively is, you know, you could make criticism kind of like that with a lot of different things that are fun. You know, most things, after all, don't. Fun doesn't have to make logical sense of any kind. That's why when, you know, sometimes I'll be a little hesitant to criticize a movie for being stupid because, well, being sensible isn't necessarily the point of a movie. And in fact, sometimes the whole point of the movie is to be kind of stupid, but stupid in an amusing way, rather than just completely idiotic. Because, you know, a movie about flying around in outer space it can be fun, but it's not necessarily going to be realistic. But if you go into it assuming that, you know, it has to have a realistic setup or purpose or whatever to it, like that would be ridiculous to just have them assume that. Yeah, I think I want her have light armor. I wish I remember what I had on her before. Immune to petrify. Okay, I guess I'll just double his license points. Increases physical damage while empty-handed. Magic gloves. I think I had something on her that made sense. Sash increases speed by 20. That seems like it'd be really good, but I don't know what speed actually does. Like, I don't think it influences how fast your turns go at all. I mean, when the stats are this low, it seems like a boost of 20 would be something really amazing. Immune to oil. But accessories 18 are needed for this. You know, I think I'll just put the sash on her. Why not? I mean, she's the time mage if anybody is... Or she's part-time mage or whatever. If anybody is, I don't think I want to have her have the head sledgehammer. I think I'll just give her the best magic staff that I have. So I think I'll have her roll effectively be the same as what it was before I did the switch. Yeah, and this is old mystic armor I have access to. I think one of these gives me immunity to silence. Wait, that makes you berserk. Berserk is a really good status effect as long as you don't want to use magic ever. Yeah, maybe I'll do this. Okay, immune to silence. It's probably not the absolute best thing I could equip, but I doubt that I will be encountering many enemies that use the disable ability. Okay, now to check Van's licenses. I'm not re-equipping him with anything, so I'll just start buying stuff randomly. I still don't know what a Shikari is. I just choose to think it's like some kind of a ninja thing. Because it gives them daggers and ninja swords, and the thematic elements of Shikari seem to also be that it moves quickly. But it also doesn't use magic, I think. So, I think that's what it's supposed to be. Has light armor, uses shields. So yeah, I think Shikari is like just, it's ninja. It's just some other word for ninja. They just maybe didn't want to use ninja class when they made this game. But I think the equipment he has is basically what I want, so I'm not too worried about whatever. I guess I'll check to see if there's any hit point boosts or whatever. Potions restore more. Okay, I guess I'll go to this one now. I guess I probably should buy better armor. Actually, that was Mystic armor. I've been putting light armor on him. I'm not gonna have him use magic. Or I'm not gonna have him... I'm largely not gonna have him use magic. Guess I'll buy that. Just have access to another cure. Yeah, Drain is on there too. Okay, now to do the programming thing. Yeah, just reset all of these gambits. Which means I have to do over the weakness targeting magics. Let's see. Right, I remember what I gave her before. Actually, no, Van had that before, I think. Yeah, he had the cut MP cost in half. But you know, I think I'll get rid of that. I'm gonna have him... Oh, okay. I was gonna make him have this sash. Because the only thing I remembered was that daggers, which is the thing I've had Van be using the whole game, they have increased damage based on your speed. But I guess he's not smart enough to wear a sash. So I guess I won't worry about it. I was going to make Penelo have the thing because I'm going to equip her with all of these high-level magics that are probably going to relatively quickly drain her magic. Where is it? Lightning weak. I guess if I have a problem with this, I could just replace some of these with lower level magic. Or like turn some of them just off. I mean, the reason why I'm doing this is because it makes some of the enemy fights really fast. I don't know if she has any earth magic. Aqua, air. I guess I'll change this to wind. I guess I'll check this first and then select the other thing based off of it. Yeah, all of these things that I'm doing are like fairly simple, you know. My experience is always stuff like using the status effect magics is kind of like not useful for the most part, or it's like extremely situationally useful. But like that's something that is just another one of these things that seems like it's a choice, but it's kind of not. Okay. I think that covers all of the magic she has use for. Could do the decoy bubble thing. These two together make one of the party members a tank, which is a strategy I made very heavy use of the first time I played this game. But what stacking buffs like that did in practice was it made characters constantly casting magic all the time. Because because anytime those magic various stats went down, shell, protect, bubble, lure, even haste, which I would also usually put on them, the characters would stop and start casting it at everybody. And you know, that works for like boss fights, but if you just are fighting regular enemies and you do that, then it makes it so that yeah, it just all the time playing the game is characters are stopping to cast constantly. Okay, let's see what she's got. Guess I'll have her cast Raise. Actually, I'll have her use it on Van. Wait, no, not any. And I'm gonna have her use it only on Van because Van's going to be our primary healer. Yeah, that's right, time magic. I could have somebody do it because she also has access to it. And the only other magic I'd ever use is like, I guess she does have better curing magic. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Maybe I'll have... Let's see. That's one ally. Okay, I think I'll do that instead. Okay, I see what I had it set up to do. Okay. Okay, so Kiraga, if they're really low on hit points. And if not, the higher level if... Okay, so it'll prioritize if somebody's about to be killed, use the highest level healing or use the most intense healing I can manage. Actually, let me see what this Isuna does. Yeah, it only works on one ally. Yeah, I'll do this. The reason I'm doing this is because Isuna costs... It heals anything, but it costs 24 to cast. This only heals one condition, but it costs 12. So it's more like magic efficient if somebody only needs one status effect healed. And I think at the time I set these things, I was using a strategy of... Oh, that's interesting. Last time I set most of these things up, I was using a strategy of trying to get the enemies to all target one person. But since I don't expect much in the way of magic points to be used by Fran, I'll go ahead and have her cast haste constantly. Actually, wait. Okay, Pinello is nothing but attack. I guess maybe... Okay. I think all this menu surfing is done. Okay. It's time to run out of here now. Woo. Okay. Well, it's it's time to... Actually, it's not time to just progress the story, because Actually, I don't know if anybody at this town will sell me better gear. Like, I don't actually remember if any of the shops in the game unlock new equipment options as you progress through it. I know that one shop does, the one I already visited, but it might just be that shop that does it. So like new gear might be... having access to new equipment might just be something I have to go to the most recent town to do it. New bazaar goods available. What did I do that made new bazaar goods available? Oh, okay. I guess I'll buy that. Even though I'm not sure it would actually do much for me right now. But you know, that's the kind of thing that... This game has lots of little details to it that you'll never understand if you like, unless you read a FAQ or make meticulous notes over everything you do. Like, I don't know what I did to unlock that thing, but that thing basically just makes it so I get better loot drops. And it's better loot drops if I fight a particular type of monster. Which, I have one of those already, so... I'm pretty sure I have one already. So that's my second, but... Yeah. I didn't even check to see which one it was. Which category of creature will now give me better loot drops, but... It was something. Cancer Gem. Serpent Eye. Gemini Gem. And there's that expensive iron ore. Marlboro Flower. Okay. Almost ready to begin the actual... almost ready to begin the actual game. Double-bladed knife. Zwill crossblade, and I don't even know if that's better than the one I have. But yeah, that's one of the things that, like... Oh, okay. It was something that's better than what I had before. That's good. Okay. So there's no new magic available, but I'll see about getting new other things. There's a lot of Benga in this town. A lot of whatever these guys were called too. But eventually I'll start heading towards the last-ish dungeon. Yeah, this is all low-level gear. Okay. I think it is the case that these towns don't ever have updated equipment shops. They'll get there. Let's see. I'm going to quickly teleport to where I need to be. I think here has the teleport stone. I'm not certain though. Okay. No, that's not the teleport one. I'm looking for the orange crystal. Because the orange crystal, there's one in each region of the game. At least I think there's just one in each region. And it's the only one you can use teleport stones at in order to just teleport where you want to be. Okay, I want to go to Balfenheim. Okay. So, before the cutscene plays or whatever, I guess I will try to quickly summarize what the plot is. Okay. So, how should I try to summarize the plot? Because there's a lot of, like, irrelevant things that happen. Like, most of the game is irrelevant. Because it's just minor details of these people trying to do freedom fighting. Well, like 2 years before the game starts, their kingdom was completely wiped out in a war of conquest. Or not wiped out, but conquered in a war of conquest. And 2 years later, it turns out the heir to the throne of the kingdom is still alive, and she wants to free her kingdom from rulership by the Empire. But it turns out that the Empire only invaded that kingdom because they wanted a magic stone that the kingdom had in its treasury. And the reason why they wanted the magic stones is because they have mysterious powers, and the mysterious powers are something that people in that empire want to understand so that they can exploit it to use it as, like, weapons against other people, like other empires. So it's like an evil empire type situation. But after these people have run around and escaped prison multiple times, because they're just, the evil empires, you know, they're always incompetent, and they always put people in the flimsiest prisons that exist. After they escaped multiple times, they found out that there was a shadowy cabal of ancient beings that I guess created the mystical stones and know how to use them. And they told these rebels that are the main characters that we will give you more power if you wipe out the evil empire. And so these people have a means to get more of these magic stones now, and they want to go somewhere to carve out more super weapon magic stones. And it's suggested that this ancient race of beings is like some ruling, I don't know what to call them exactly. They're like some forces that exist outside of mortal society that, like, direct it and tell it to do stuff. But, like, the only thing they've done is they've told me that I can go get stones somewhere, and none of these characters know how to use these stones to do anything. But if they go to another location, they might get more of these stones that they don't know how to use. It's, in Final Fantasy tradition, it's like, it doesn't make perfect sense. But, you know, it's not exactly... It makes more sense than it sounds like. It's just that there's a lot of things that the characters never question. Like, why do these ancient beings want to help us? Like, what even do they want, or what's going on? Like, that's not really clear. Because also out of the ancient beings, there's one of their number that is helping somebody in the shadowy, or in the evil empire. And the one that's helping the evil empire like try to research the stones is called a traitor by the other ancient beings. But anyway, I come here because I don't know where to get the stone, but the characters think that this Lord Redis might know where to find the stone to carve more super weapon stones from his. So yeah, that's more or less what the plot is. As much sense as that made.
Ships in the water. Send fishing dories if need be, I care not. Glossair engines are as good to us as sky to a fish. Leave what boats have foundered. I want souls saved, not driftwood. Our armada ran afoul of bad water near the Ridorana Cataract. All engines stopped a sudden. Becalmed. Trouble with a mist thick as death, it seems. Those seas are yacht. I expected airship trouble, not a fleet foundering amidst the waves. Tell me of what happened in Girovegon. From the lay of your eyes, I measure all did not go well.
What?
Cid. Was he false, as I feared?
Yes. But we may have caught a glimpse of his true intent. We may now know what it is that Cid searches for.
Okay.
So the day-affected Nithosite was only a fragment? And these Ocuria I know not and care to know even less.
If we strike this Suncrest with the Sword of Kings, no new stone may be born. We say the Suncrest is the source of all Nethosite's power. If we might break it, the Dusk Shard would be as a thing lifeless. As for the manufactured Nethosite, who can say?
There is another way. We used the Treaty Blade to cut a new stone from the Crest. Use that to fight the Dusk Shard and the manufactured stones.
Would you like to know the best use of Nethosite? Will or nil, I'll tell you. You pick it up and throw it away.
Either way, we have to find the Suncrest first, right? Don't we? Across the sea, and a tower on a distant shore. Redis?
Familiar words, Vaughn. I saw something of the sort written in some documents I chanced upon during my visit to Draklor. The Naldoan Sea, the Ridorana Cataract, and the Pharos Lighthouse. I sent my fleet to fish out the truth behind these words, and caught trouble.
Then proof is ours. This lighthouse on the Naldoan Sea is the tower on the distant shore. The strong mist that becalmed your ships is a grimmer yet clearer sign than any we might hope for. The Suncrest is there.
All well and good, but how do we get there? Those seas are in yacht, as I recall.
Try putting this one in your ship. 'Tis a sky stone made to resist yacht.
More spoils from the Draklor labs, is it? Why not use it yourself?
That's just the thing. My ship's a Bergerben model. It will not work. But should it fit the Strahl, she'll fly in yacht.
Yacht is like anti-magic zone.
Your Highness, if you do not object.
I am in your care. But tell me one thing. Why do so much for us?
The Nabudis Deadlands.
Nabudis was your home?
Nay, but a memory forever burned in my heart.
Okay. So he sent out people to search for the lighthouse, and the ships that went to go find it got caught in the anti-magic zone, and you know they couldn't proceed further, I guess. I hope they weren't sky ships, but they got caught in it and then couldn't proceed. That's what that cutscene was about. He's saying he has a way to get around the anti-magic zone properties that I can put in my own airship and attempt to deal with. So yeah. Oh, okay. And now these people are saying the same thing and they're reiterating it? They're kind of saying the same things, more or less. I guess they want to make sure you get it at your own pace rather than have to follow what they're talking about in that cutscene. Part of the thing that's confusing about it is that some of these terms, they don't like explicitly outright state what they are. Like in the plot, you have to like get it up from the context clues, but they like use them unapologetically. But yes, I have a stone that putting one stone in my giant airship can let it travel through certain regions, through anti-magic areas. But yes, I'm gonna go on the tower on the distant shore. I don't even know where it is. They didn't like say where it was. They just said it was across the sea somewhere. Man, that VR moved. She used to be in the inn, I think. Okay. Viera are rare to see in the world at large, so just seeing one as a random NPC in my path is kind of like, oh, that's something, I guess. Okay. Let's see. This guy selling weapons is actively talking about piracy. Are these weapons I had access to before? I don't know. I guess I mostly didn't buy the correct licenses for these. That would have been better if I didn't already get a better item. Okay, so she has the best bow right now. And my other party member, where's a staff? A pole. Oh, I guess this shop doesn't sell staves. I guess a magic staff wouldn't be very piratey. If this is Pirate Town, then yeah, and they're also calling it a pirate shop. Okay, let's see. Is the Gigas hat the best hat that I have? Hypno crown. Modern gear. I guess this has 3 more of magic resist. Yeah, okay. Okay, I guess I'll equip this stuff to Van. But hey, I'm almost ready now. And I think I've mostly been having... Okay. Yeah, I've mostly been having Fran use light armor, so I'll just continue to do that. Okay. Ah. Okay, almost time to fly across the anti-magic zone with my ship that can do it. That's a pretty good reason for why he can't just have his fleet go to this location. It's because his fleet is all just has the wrong design specs. It's kind of neat to have that as like the explanation, because you know these ships being designed a certain way to certain specifications is kind of like how real cars work, where there might be a legitimately better design for something like a spark plug, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to use it in your car just because it's better. You know, you wouldn't necessarily be able to use it because the ability to use it would rely on it fitting in your car, and you know, different manufacturers have different sizes they make everything. Let's see. I want to go this way. And I will switch this. Wait, why does he use Phoenix down on enemies that are dropped? Is it because I didn't... Is it because I didn't have access to raise before? And he doesn't have access to the higher level one. I thought I bought a rise with somebody. Did Pinello have a rise? Where is... Okay, it is there. Maybe I just saw a rise on one of the character lists, but didn't actually buy it. Okay. Well, before I head out, just in case I have a problem with this new area, considering I haven't used any of these characters in a while, I don't necessarily know they're high enough level. I'll just where would it... Pretty sure you go somewhere here. Let's see. Stroll. Well, the last time that the characters were riding the Stroll, we were not anywhere near this area. But I think it's supposed to be somewhere in this airport. A separate counter serves those individuals departing via personal airship. I guess it's one of these. Oh wait, it says what they are, but when I talk to them. No, I'm not going to. Okay. If you buy tickets to the airship, there's like a bunch of NPCs that talk on the airship too, and you get a bunch of random side quests by doing it, but I haven't done any of those missions because I've mostly been trying to spend my time getting through the game. From the aerodrome to the desert wastes, I'll be there to keep the Stroll in tip-top shape. Nono seemed quite pleased to have finished his repairs. Repairs? There wasn't a repair that was done. Oh, okay. It's down to the east, I guess. I guess that's a good way to keep people away from the tower that has the super ultra magic thing in it. Just have it be out in the middle of a giant anti-magic zone. And then, considering that none of these people know how to use a sailing boat, apparently, because why would you sail a boat if you could just have magic flight everywhere? You know, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't think the technology would be as lost as it is to these people, because JAG seems to be a fairly common sort of thing But I guess maybe they just don't believe this. Okay, that is a massive waterfall. Isn't this out in the middle of the ocean somewhere? I have a feeling that if there was a massive cliff like that in the ocean, yeah, this is like, I don't know, maybe this universe, the world is flat and this is just the edge of it. I mean, it's the edge of the map, so it's probably not
A tower
too ridiculous.
on distant shore. And about its peak, a piercing mist.
And in that mist, the Suncrest waits.
My lady, your
They're just
words
reminding
still sound
themselves.
of doubt. Pray you reach your answer ere we the Suncrest.
And? Should I choose revenge, what then?
Then your woe shall be your own.
Okay.
Vaughn, a word. If something untoward should happen to me, you're taking the straw.
Untoward? What's this about?
I am the leading man. Might need to do something heroic. Don't worry, I'll show you how to fly her.
How is he gonna show them that when we're all leaving? Oh well. Making sense is never the goal for these characters. But hey, this tower is pretty easy to find. Although it needed the coordinates. I hope the people that lost their ability to move around because they entered the anti-magic zone didn't get drawn towards the massive waterfalls. Of course, if that edge was like the ocean, then I guess their ship would probably break apart when it hits the edge, and not necessarily when not necessarily just careen over the edge, so yeah, maybe they're still safe. But yeah, so right now the characters' options are the ancient beings they met with, want to give them new magic stones, which are like magical hyper nukes that are super destructive. And the characters realize, hey, wait a minute, we have the ability to just destroy it and ruin all the stones, so nobody has magic nukes. And so now they're like, they don't know whether they want to destroy the magic nukes or whether they want to get some magic nukes. I mean, it seems like, I mean, I guess that's a choice, but whether or not having access to magic nukes or not having access to magic nukes will actually help them doesn't seem clear to me. Oh wow. Confused and berserked. Well, what? Pinello got stopped? Oh, the confuse ran out. And since there's no enemies to fight, I guess they're just really mad and just staring into space right now. Well, I'm glad the confuse ran out before they all killed each other. Or what would have happened was that Pinello would have been killed by Redis, and then Redis would just be standing here. But either way. But yeah, like, it isn't clear. I guess by the way the characters treat the question of whether or not they want nukes or they want to destroy all nukes kind of implies that there is... It kind of implies that if they didn't have nukes, they wouldn't be able to free their city. But to me, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily going to be the case. That one would positively leave them better off than the other. Because, you know, boy, there's just lots of traps all over here. Maybe I'll see if one of these people has access to... See if she has access to Libra. Nope, she doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I can't target most things with it. Okay, I'll just, if I'm not in combat, she'll use Libra so I can see the traps. But hey, that's why I have the Stona cast. So Van won't waste as much magic as he otherwise would. Actually, I think I have that blindness thing right now, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, the characters, whether or not they have access to nukes, it doesn't necessarily follow that that would make them free, because, you know, at the end of the day, they're still like a solitary nation state, or they're still a solitary city state. Like the only their hometown, as far as I can tell, is just a single city. And it's like a big metropolitan city, but their opposition is like a continent-spanning empire. And like, if you have nukes, you can do like a mutually assured destruction kind of peace, where it's kind of like you're risking everybody on the continent being safe, hoping that that might help you gain some kind of political independence, which could absolutely work. But it's like a really unsafe thing to try. It'd be a little crazy if you bank everything on that. But the alternative is that nobody has nukes. And if you don't have nukes and they don't have nukes, well, you still have the resources that you can scrounge as a freedom fighter movement in a solitary city state, and they still have the resources of a continent at their disposal. And you know, that seems like it is going to be the position that is absolutely completely untenable for your victory. Which, you know, that's the whole point of this plotline of, you know, these characters. Do they really want to... I mean, that seems like the obvious plotline that they're going for. But, like, this question or this distinction only becomes clear if you, like, think about it for a while. Like, you know, that's a really good sort of conflict to show. You know, it's like a real-world geopolitical conflict that, you know, it's a fantasy thing with lots of fantasy terms and stuff thrown in, but that's like a potentially interesting question. But in order to realize that that's what the plot is about, you kind of have to think about it for a little bit. And again, you know, it's not clear that they would be any better or worse off pursuing one strategy over the other. It's just kind of assumed that you would already know this kind of thing. Wow, that magic does a lot, apparently. Oh, that's why I wasted all that time setting up the Setting up the magic weakness targeting thing with Pinello. I got Charger Barding. I have no idea what that is. I'm sure the loot description that I might read eventually would tell me, but... instead of looking at the map, I think I'm just going to wander around randomly and hope that I eventually get close. I could go that way or this way. That's pretty nice. Okay. There's a lot of random treasures here. Okay. Well, I'm glad I set the thing for myself. I may as well just fight these enemies to help me level up or whatever. So the plant is weak against air. Not the weakness I would have suspected a plant of having, but... yeah, I mean, it is kind of a weird plant. Its root system is not very good at keeping it rooted. I mean, kind of by design, considering its roots are like weird tentacles that it can walk around with. But still, even with that property, I wouldn't expect air to be its weakness. But then again, I guess it'd be kind of boring if all of the plant-like creatures that they ever had in the game were stuff that, like, was weak against obviously good against plants stuff. I mean, if you had rules like that in the world, you'd make it, like, much easier to go through things. Of course, this thing auto-targets stuff, too, so... like, the fact that I'm auto-targeting its weakness at all kind of means I don't have to keep track of what weaknesses are. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I've got that neat fog effect. It's kind of like a weird shimmery yellow mirror. Yeah, it's a skeleton. Okay. Looks very... I don't know what this is supposed to be. I mean, most things in this game look like they're artificial, so... the skeleton looking like it has ornate filigree all around it. Kind of isn't that out of the ordinary for skeletons in this universe. Okay. Well, it is... I guess this has no elemental weakness. I guess that's one thing about this, is that all the bosses, if they had elemental weaknesses, they'd be pushovers, probably. Just because the degree that boosts damage is... I think it might, like, double the damage or something. Crazy. That's called a Hydro. Okay. Okay. It's got wings, and then it's got neck wings? Why does it have little neck wings? If that even is what that's supposed to be. No, that's probably not. I mean, looking at it makes me confused, but that's just par for the course with this. I'm always just confused. Oh, Fran has the disease now. Well, I'll just hope to defeat the boss quickly, and then I'll just hope to defeat the boss quickly and restore the disease with the save point. Because there wasn't one before here, but as soon as I get through the door, there probably will be. Okay. Yeah, whittling away at it real slowly. But the important thing is that it's consistently happening. You know, for the outside of this tower being as ruined looking as it is, like, you know, the outlying areas, the actual tower seems to be in really pristine condition. Is that because this guardian creature prevented, like, well, prevented raiders? No, it can't be that, because raiders are not what the weathering damage was caused by. But yeah, like the outside perimeter is all rubble and, you know, dilapidated looking. But like raiders couldn't get out here because of the place being anti-magic, in an anti-magic zone. So yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird design choice to have, you know, perfect pristine area right next to... I guess maybe the whole place was like... I guess the rest of the ruins are a little further away than this place. You can say that it was magically sealed off or something, probably. I mean, that makes enough sense, right? There's like a magical barrier keeping winds from buffeting against it and keeping rain from hitting it. Something like that. Well, now they run up to the gate. Super ornate as usual.
Hey, Fran. Something's written on the wall.
Engraved by someone, it seems. It's quite old.
Engraved by someone.
Seeker in days unborn, God blade bearer. Know you, this tower challenges the sky. Where the watcher, the ward of the three waits, soul hungry, unsated. He without power, want it not. He with power, trust it not. He with sight, heed it not. Rend illusion, cut the true path. In blood, Wraithwall.
The Dynast King?
Does it startle you? The Dynast King took his sword from the Ocuria. It was here he claimed the Nethicite. He must have known he was not the last the Ocuria would choose. He left this for you. Rend illusion, cut the true path. Words of much mystery, yet his blood runs in your veins. Perhaps it whispers to you the truth.
Well, the Dynast King is someone who was the last person to use the stones as a weapon, I guess? And the door just... I guess she just walks in front of it and it opens. It's not clear why that happened, but I guess the if the magic stones are near her, the magic stones will light up. So it's like a royalty detector. Okay. Ah, here it is. Yay, it's the warpy stone. Okay. Now, if I recall correctly, there's something like 70 floors, but you only ever visit like 8 of them or something. Nothing happens. Yeah, I think you visit that stone and it goes down or something. Because yeah, there's a secret area in this dungeon that's down instead of up. But I'm just going to, for the most part, I think I'll just be running around randomly. Not really worrying too much about where I am going or what I'm doing. Anyway, the beasts here dwelling oft possess black orbs. Herewith approach, by thine offering sealed way to open. Oh, that's right. This is the dungeon that has the black orbs. It's like an extra loot drop thing that they have, and you like put the black orbs on the altars and then the altars will open. I vaguely remember doing that. I don't really know for sure, though. I guess I'll find out real quick here. I like that black colored bird with the red feathers. Okay, you have to actually pick it up, pick it up. It flew away. I guess I didn't get close enough to it to pick it up in time. Okay. Oh man, that's gonna be annoying if I have to do that every time. I think I do. Okay, I didn't have to select that I wanted to touch it. You just have to select it the first time that you want to touch it. That's not too bad, I guess. It's just like, it's only as annoying as the treasure chests in general are. Ancient letters hang in effulgent glow. Benighted child unchosen with life so short, this tower freely may you tread. In your passing learn of truth, in your passing speak of truth. These words writ by hands undying. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. But hey look, bizarre unicorns. That may be ghosts? I do like the design of these creatures. As much as I constantly am saying that the creatures' designs are bizarre and ridiculous. That one I think works. Okay. I also like these ones. I mean, I think can't really see its details very clearly, but I do like the color scheme at least. That's something. I mean, I think it's just... I think there's no major change to how it looks. It's just a palette swap of the earlier cockatrice enemy. So I don't think it's too bad. Or, you know, they saved all the good designs for this almost to the end of the game dungeon. Okay. Just gotta be careful to stick around the enemies longer so I can collect these. I wonder how many of them I need, because I really don't remember how many you need. Chimera Brain. That's one thing that would be interesting for them to do if you indicated conditions for characters to auto pick up treasure. It seems like it would really fit with the whole aesthetic that they're trying to go for. Oh, okay. Earlier that other place was called the what, Altar of Night or something like that. I think I just have to offer a number of black orbs to the Altar of Night, and then that door will open. Okay. It should be pretty simple to get to the end of this dungeon. Oh, that's a fake treasure. Weird that mimics are supposed to be like... they can copy anything, but they usually only copy treasure chests. Like, I understand the logic of copying a treasure chest as like a trap monster. You know, it makes perfect sense that that would be a thing that would exist in like a Dungeons and Dragons universe, where there is a demographic of people that are going around and exploring old ruins. Like, you could see a shapeshifter monster, some kind, you know, living in that kind of situation. But if you remove it from that context and have it exist in like a dungeon that nobody has visited in 100 years, like, it doesn't make sense for that monster to live there still and still have the form of a treasure chest. Because none of the things that would be living in the dungeon would be drawn by the allure of a treasure chest. Because, you know, it's been 100 years. Like, when's the last time a mimic has eaten an adventurer? But, you know, that's just... I think the flavor text or, you know, whatever descriptions for the monsters they come up with are not necessarily... whatever flavor text they come up with for monsters are not necessarily going to be entirely perfectly consistent or logical. Let's see if this says anything different. From beasts of Tower's base, rest the orbs you seek, ripe with hidden magics, orbs of Tower's magics born, here and here alone to be found. Okay, so it's just giving the hint that I should be doing what I'm doing. I think I remember having trouble with this the first time I saw it. Just because I didn't like notice the black orbs, maybe. Because you kill the monster, you just move on, but move on to fight the next and press through the dungeon. But you have to wait a few seconds after you defeat the monster in order to get the loot to appear. I guess I'll fight this weird tentacle horse. Okay. Okay, let's see. It kind of looks like a thing to inspect, but I guess it's not. Is that supposed to be going up? I think that's like supposed to be water vapor traveling up. I guess down is the ocean somewhere. So the fact that it's traveling up. The beasts here dwelling off possess black orbs here and approach, thine offering sealed way to open. Okay. The first seal has been broken. Okay, as long as that has happened, I guess. I think there's an altar of night on the other side too. So I'm not done yet. And I won't be done for a little while. Okay. This dungeon is also split up into multiple parts, I think. Like, I remember one chamber of this dungeon being this massively huge thing that was confusing to look at, but I mean, most of the time the places I've visited have been confusing to look at. And why am I just running past that? I think I ran past that unicorn creature too, on accident. But yeah, I do like the design of this dungeon, the look. And the inside is kind of like, has that old time-worn sort of look to it. That I was talking earlier about how the outside of it didn't look like it was time-worn at all. It looked pristine comparatively, but the inside's all worn. I mean, it's not worn in the way I would really expect a oceanside massive tower to be worn. But you know, it's still here. There's still wear and tear on it, so I think I'm happy with that. Okay. That's another thing about these creatures existing in these places. Like, you're never really meant to consider it very much, because, you know, obviously it, you know, you go into a sealed, condemned house or something, there's not going to be, like, cats living in every room or something like that. I mean, there might be in real life, but, you know, the flavor of a dungeon having a bunch of monsters in it and it actually looking like it could sustain that much life, you know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of not the point of it. Because, you know, if you had a game where you ran around exploring old stuff, but the only thing you were doing is exploring, like, most people would not enjoy that kind of game experience. It wouldn't be an action game at all. It'd just be a game where you're, you know, I think it's usually called a walking simulator. It'd just be a walking simulator, and not everybody is always in the mindset to appreciate stuff like that. But, you know, I think a lot of the genres, conventions, and just genre types got codified something like 20 years ago, and since the particular genres developed names and got pigeonholed into being what they are, they've mostly just had minor updates over time, and they haven't really had any radical changes to them. Like if you look at games from the NES era, most of the people making them had no idea what they were doing, and some of them did things that like don't fit with the genre that they nominally are, and just kind of like all over the place. But like modern games, it's like you pick up a certain genre of game and you can pretty much can't expect it to be what you expect it to be, or it will be exactly what you expect. Which, you know, is both a good thing and a bad thing. You know, that's not too bad. It just sounds like it's bad. You know, things that are good and bad, just in general, is there's an upside to it and a downside to it. So like you can usually frame things that are positives. Like what I was talking earlier about the experience of an RPG is you're making choices that don't really matter. And that's like the definition of an RPG. You can kind of frame things like that as being good or bad, and just, or you can kind of frame things that are neutral in either a way that makes them sound good or a way that makes them sound bad. I think it's kind of like that with the upsides and downsides of how restrictive genres are compared to the expectation of what genre means. Okay, well, the thing is glowing now. And there's a treasure I didn't see earlier. It will not open. What? I thought I triggered both of them though. Okay, maybe I should look at the map. Okay, it looks like there's 2 different areas to enter. And which one did I not enter? No place to go but up. This is a place where having some good climbing gear would be very advantageous for these people. Ah. Yeah. Wasted too much time trying to grab that orb, it flew away. Okay. I think the place I didn't enter was up here, because I don't remember going to that other exit. Okay. Boy, that grip that Penelo has on that staff makes her look not very confident. Makes her look like she's worried about being hit. Which I guess if I was, you know, fighting a monster, I'd probably look like that too, but just something about that pose makes it look way more defensive than, makes it look almost like she's just holding a stick to try to defend herself, not necessarily because it's gonna help her in combat, which is supposed to be what she's actually doing. She's wielding it because it helps her. I wonder if everybody holds the stabs like that, or if it's just they all pose differently with the weapon. I guess that's a question I could answer some other time, but I don't know that I don't know that this game is like that. Okay, yeah, I didn't activate this one. Use a black orb. I wonder if I'm just using one black orb each time. Okay, the Seal of Night loses its power. I'm going to just look at my inventory to see if... No, not key items. 34. Okay. Either I'm going to end this with way more of them than I need, or the next area is going to use a lot more of those. Okay, I guess I grab that. I'm not going to make any special effort to scour absolutely every last room of this place, but if I see something out in the open, I will try to grab it. But yeah, this place is really relying on some kind of weird honor system to prevent people from just getting through it by whatever means. Ancient letters hang in the Stygian glow. I don't even know where they're seeing that inscription they would have read, but I don't know why it would be written with something that's not the same as the other writing that only Fran could read on the outside. Oh, okay, this is like a hallucinatory terrain of some kind. I like this hallucinatory terrain. It's fun. Okay, what's that thing? It's a giant burnt pine cone. Or is this a turtle? Yeah, it's a turtle. Well, a turtle without a head. Is it supposed to have... Is there a texture on the front that's supposed to be a mouth? I don't think so. How can that thing use a gaze attack? I'm specifically looking for eyes and I don't see any. It's got a temporary invincibility up, I guess. Oh, okay, there it goes. Okay, it's weak against air magic. Yeah, this thing has no eyes and no mouth. I mean, it looks better than the monster that was just the same thing, but it has like chains between all its legs. It still looks odd, but it looks odd in like a monster-y kind of way. Okay. No, instead of dying it, it charges into something and then... Well, I mean, that's what happens when you don't have any eyes. You get almost killed, and then when you try to run away, you just collide into something and injure yourself further. Seems like a creature with no eyes would have been fought much earlier in the game. It would have been a lot easier to defeat. Though I guess it is like a magical hallucinatory terrain place, so it being a magical, like, hallucinatory terrain, it makes more sense that the monster that you fight there would be something that's nothing that makes sense. So I guess I'll give a pass to that creature based on that. Although it still does, I think, look more creature-ish than the other versions that have the chains between the legs. So if anything, they should have saved the chains between the legs version of that creature for the hallucinatory room instead of just a random creature in the wilderness. Okay. I don't even know why this Redis guy is following our party around. Because he's supposed to be the mayor or the king or something of that town that I found him at. I mean, I guess it's not entirely clear to me what he was supposed to be. Or at least, if it was at one point, I just simply don't remember it. But I think he is supposed to be the leader of that town. Maybe he just wants to come along because he's like, he thinks that it's a cool place to be. This tower. Of course, if I wanted to, I could, like, do a bunch of optional side quests and have him tag along, and then all the optional side quests would be much easier than they normally are. He also dual wields sickles or something. What are those? It's like two different types of curved blades. I'm not sure those are a type of weapon that these characters ever have access to. But hey, I'm probably wrong though. There's probably somebody in my party that has the ability to wield two weapons at once. I just don't remember it. But then again, every time I go into that menu, I just buy everything and don't concern myself overly much with checking out what all of my options are, so. But he just wants an opportunity to hang out with me for a while and show off. Okay. I'm almost done with floor 1. Guess I'll save since the way forward is right next to the save stone. I wonder if the people who made the game like designed this interior area first, and then somebody else designed the final area being like a tower. Then the people who designed the look of the tower made this like 80-story high thing. But the people who designed the interior of the dungeon made like, oh, it's a tower that's like 4 stories high. That's pretty huge, right? And then because of that, they had to make this dungeon skip a ton of floors on purpose, and they gave you that little counter. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the room that I remember. With giant staircases. Oh, I'm on floor 10, I guess. Oh, okay. I could just poke the ancient door to go through. That's good. So yeah, I skipped 9 floors. that's good, I guess. Okay. Oh. Okay. For some reason, I thought that there were several floors like that first area that you go through in this game. But I guess not. I can't remember if you need to go down all the little side paths to open up the way forward or not. Guess not, I just go up the stairs. That little counter will just start ticking up the more stairs I go up. Brain pan. And when I kill it, some turns into real stone. Okay. Well, now I'm on the 11th floor. Such a interesting looking visual design. I see the ocean out there. Yeah, I sort of can. I wonder which side the end of the world was on. Because that giant flat earth waterfall sort of look or aesthetic, whatever it was. I remember that I think the first time I saw that, I immediately tried to decide which area of that opening cutscene was the area that I arrived from, but I could never figure that out. Okay. We will eventually get to the top of this tower. Oh yeah, the doom happened. That's what that countdown timer on Penelo was. Got a secret spot. I think I just have to proceed and then double back to get there. Okay. Okay, so this really does not seem like the kind of this really seems like a bad security mechanism to hold the super nukes, the super nuke power source. On paths must you rely, and by path of living flame have you come. Frozen in stone, the green flame passes from time, stone now and evermore. Well, I think I know what that's supposed to mean, but if I didn't already know, I'm not sure I would understand it. Because, I mean, it's... you kill these guys and then the path of stone will open up. I mean, that's what it means, but it says it by a weird, you know, poetic language. Yeah, it waited for me to turn to real stone so that I could see the glowiness happen. That was pretty nice of it. I obtained its head. Isn't that thing only head? It's like a giant ball of... I don't know. Maybe its head is like this little tiny nub on the end of its body, but its body is just like this huge, giant marshmallow looking thing. But I would think that that thing was just, it's all head. Because it kind of looks like it's just all head. Although I guess chickens in real life kind of look like that because they're all bred to be just giant bodies and little heads and wings. Because, you know, the expensive part of chickens are the breast meat, so they breed them to be really large. And then the rest of it is not as important. So I guess that's not too far off from what some real critters look like. I think I'm just really picky when it comes to creature design, maybe. That's probably what it is. I do like that weird vortex of rising whatever it is. I think it is supposed to be water as opposed to any kind of water vapor. Even though up close it looks more like it's water vapor. From this distance it looks like it's just a weird spiraling column of water. Which I do kind of like the look of that. Makes it seem very bizarre and different. Okay. I think these messages don't really tell you anything that you need to know, but I guess I may as well read them because I'm here. Like, it probably just repeats the same thing as that other one, just in case you missed the other one and somehow still managed to clear. Still somehow managed to get this far. Okay, on sight you rely at mercy of the currents of this fading world. Seduced by false illusion, it is the fool who cuts not his own path, celestial glory never to behold. Wanna trust your eyes? Okay. Does it mean go through wall? Yeah, I think it means go through wall. I do vaguely remember doing that before. But it also kind of gives you a hint, like if you walk anywhere near the wall. What? Arrowga moat? What? I would think that there would be something more in there than just Arrowga moat. Maybe there's other secret walls I walked past and didn't notice. Okay, that thing is for that. Okay. No, there's no other secret walls in this place. I guess that's just to inform you that some of the walls will be secret walls you can destroy. Like, there's probably other locations that you can go through like that. Probably even at the beginning of the map area. Oh, I made that sonar ping sound. That's very good. So apparently the black orbs only dropped on that first level, I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah, go through here. Arrow Knight. Whatever it is, it's a level 49 thing. I have no idea if she can even reach it. What level are my people at? I guess that's appropriate for... I guess that level is appropriate for fighting. Okay, it's too far above me, I guess, to hit. Chaperone? Wait, why is this secret place even here? Does it just put me in a semicircle? That enemy flew away, so... Huh. Okay, I guess there's a chance the enemy will be close enough to fight if you're over there, but if he's not, then I guess there's nothing to do over there. Well, it's not too important I do that. Okay. Reflect, protect, weak against holy. Okay. I just wanted to check to make sure that she wasn't trying to cast magic on it, because if it was weak against something but it had reflect on it. Because I really don't remember if that was a thing that happened. Yeah, more green holograms turning into stone. Always a good thing. So these ruins must have been built by the Okiria, which is the name of those immortal beings. They really love their immensely huge, impractical stone structures. Which I guess I do understand, because if I could build... I mean, I wouldn't build structures like this out of stone. Let's just assume that it's like some kind of fantasy stone that can actually hold shapes like this for extended periods of time and not collapse under their own weight. Like, if I had the ability to do anything, that might be something that I'd do. I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to build it out of stuff that doesn't look like this. Like, maybe it's just me, but I'd probably build something like this out of, like, something closer to porcelain that sort of has a very, smooth, sort of shiny finish to it. Just because it would be more exotic and weird to do that. Like, ancient stone ruins don't really look... They look old, but they don't really look neat. In the way that, like, if I was like an all-powerful magic entity that could do anything, like... I would think you could come up with something a little better than this. Yeah, nice little water flow there. Don't know where the water comes from though. I mean, Probably, ultimately, that is the source. But like it comes out of the wall or something there within the stonework. But yeah, part of the mystery of this place is probably supposed to be the fact that it doesn't look like it should be old, but it's supposed to be really old. But still, you know, I'd just design it differently. Yeah, it blew itself up. I still got the sonar ping for it. Let's see, wingless child consigned to walk the world below. Oh, now they're just insulting me that I can't fly. Except I can fly because I came here on an airship. I guess they probably think that doesn't count. Many are the works whose natures a duality possess. When stone face lit by red flame falls, the red flame turns to stone, the path is clear. The stone born of green flame to darkness fades. Okay. So, saying something about red probably means that I should kill one of these and not the other. But I wasn't paying enough attention to care about what it was saying. Well, I got the sonar ping, that's all that I really care about. No, it doesn't really matter to me. Okay, well, I think I only need to clear one more green to make that bridge crossable. And there's a red one there, which I think will make it uncrossable. But I have two green ones to make up for the red one if I kill it, I think. I think that's what's going on. Oh, I guess Fran killed the red one, so it reversed one of these. I think. Okay, yeah, I think that's what happened there. I don't know if this is the way forward or an optional hidden path. It's probably an optional hidden path. Or actually, it probably is just the way forward, because if it was an optional hidden path, it'd be probably harder to find. I don't want to fight that red one right now. At least I'll assume the red ones are bad. I'll just continue to fight these green ones only. It is impressive looking. Imagine having like such power or energy or time just as a civilization that you could just waste it building structures like this. Like, I know that's not the thinking about stuff like that, it kind of isn't the point of things like this, but I kind of think that it would be interesting to think about what beings that had this kind of immense power would do with it if they really did have resources like this to waste on art projects. Like, you know, like ancient civilizations in the real world, they did waste lots of resources on things that we might consider to be frivolous projects, but when they did it in the real world, it was like, it was not impressive according to modern standards for what we can spend time creating or doing. But in like the ancient world, it would have been like a significant portion of their productivity went to it. But their productivity was so low that, relatively speaking, it was a lot of effort for them, but for us it'd be like not nearly similar. But like in these fantasy worlds, when you see ancient ruins and stuff like that, it's always more impressive from an output level compared to what we do now, like with skyscrapers. Like building one skyscraper in a city is like takes less effort on our part than building a pyramid, but it's, in terms of like an engineering accomplishment, it's similar. I get the feeling that it's similar, at least. Not that I know about the engineering accomplishments of the pyramids, but, or like how much relative labor and resources it took to create them, but you know, there's a pretty large discrepancy between those things. But yeah, I just sort of get the I just always think about stuff like that when I see this, because, you know, the fact that this place was made by Ocuria, whatever those are, kind of makes the massive expenditure of effort that they do kind of make sense. But still, like, if you could fabricate a tower like this, like, I think there's more impressive things you could do with that kind of engineering capability and willpower than create this. Like, real art objects in the world are things that are kind of nonsensical and weird. Like, I saw a post about I saw a post somewhere about a cube that's worth $12 million made out of gold. It's just a small little cube. Like, real art projects take forms like that, where it's like not useful. It doesn't do anything, it just kind of exists. And this, even though, like, you know, most of this doesn't have any kind of function or purpose, there's like, nobody's gonna move in here and live in this space. It's just kind of a space that exists. But it still serves a function, even if the function is just being a long hallway that is like a gauntlet of challenges or something like that. I mean, it's still something at the end of the day. But like, it seems more like these things, if getting here in the first place is only the chosen may open the door, then having a long gauntlet after opening the door seems kind of pointless. I mean, it makes sense from a game design, but, you know, seems more like it'd be a better place to store your history, or put like displays indicating whatever propaganda you want your chosen people to be exposed to. Unless the propaganda that they do want you exposed to is declaring war. Is just killing and combat and stuff. Which I guess, actually, in this case, it kind of is. Because the beings who designed this place actually do want you to commit to a path of war. So I guess it is perfectly consistent with their agenda. Even though I was just criticizing it a moment ago, it's like, oh yeah, that actually kind of is what they want. This is all a propaganda indoctrination maze. This gauntlet. I mean, I'm a little skeptical the people who designed the game had that in mind, but it kind of actually does make sense with the theme of the story and or with the way the story has gone. So yeah, ultimately, I guess this dungeon is oddly appropriate, where they only send people in here if they want them to be indoctrinated to fight more war. So having them come in here and just constantly do combat before they get access to their nukes. You know. Like if you wanted to spread nuclear proliferation for some reason, then it would make sense to have like a big it would ultimately make a kind of sense to have the all the leaders of the world will fight each other in a boxing tournament, and the winner shall be bestowed the nuclear secrets. Like that. It makes a kind of sense, even though it sounds ridiculous. Because if you want to like have them get access and then immediately start using their newfound weapons for power, then yeah, that's totally consistent. So yeah, in this one instance, like, that makes sense. I wonder if at some point they'll explain what the Okiria are. I don't think they do, though. That's probably like something that's in the bonus, or that's probably like post-game content or like hidden optional content or something, which I don't ever remember completing the first time I played this game, and I don't think I will complete it this time either, because as far as I can recall, a lot of the optional dungeons are kind of difficult. Difficult as in they're like confusing to navigate. I want to only kill the green one. What even is this called? Brain Pan, and the other one is called Didar? Arrow Knight? Okay. Well, time for me to flee. It's a good thing that thing will never chase us. I don't want to bother fighting the Iron Ire. My friend's still trying to attack the thing that's way off the screen right now. Okay. Yeah, it'd be so much more annoying if the red ones are... Actually, that's... If they want you to attack something very specific, like I guess having you only attack the green ones maybe sort of makes sense. as a propaganda proliferation tool. Be selective in your targeting of who you use your magic nukes on. I mean, it sounds absurd, but there's logic there. Yeah, let's see what this thing says. Ignorant child born of chaos. It was our king, pitying a world bereft of order, surfeit with strife, who stamped true seal on mortal wax. Okay. So basically that's just a message saying, hey humans and other assorted mortal races, you guys are dumb and you fight, and we want to give you order. Which, you know, gives some I don't really know why you would write that down to people you want to be in charge of, but you know, I mean, they basically insulted us, saying like, you guys are like chaotic and random and you fight all the time unless you're guided. By the way, you should go kill these guys. Like, I don't know how those two messages go along. Although I guess the Orcuria are like on the other side of the world, kind of. So maybe, and they made this place at least like 200 years ago, and probably further back than that. So maybe they wrote that down here because they were like really angry at the time they wrote it, but then, you know, a few hundred years later they just kind of forgot that they wrote it down and put it in here. So it's not clear that they actually go anywhere. I think they just hang out in their rock underneath a lake. That's all they do. So yeah, they probably just forgot they wrote that down. So I just read an insult that they just completely forgot that they ever wrote down. Of course, I don't know if these characters understand that what they're reading at all. Like, I never see them like point out like, hey, look at that, that's weird. You just kind of see a weird thing and nobody comments on it. Which, you know, in a fantasy setting to some degree, that everything is going to be like that, but you know, they like question almost nothing that they see or experience. So, you know, as a player, you don't know what's out of the ordinary and what's not. Or as an audience member, rather. You don't know what's out of the ordinary and what's not. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is the elevator space. I don't remember when the elevator opens up. But hey, it's almost to the top-ish, kind of. At least by floor count, I think. Ignorant child, blind whither you go and whence you come. It is the undying who straighten the weave you tangle so, who choose the path you must walk. So it has been, and so it shall be, as befits those of our wisdom ever living. So yeah, they just decided to insult us again. Which, you know, I mean, I guess it makes sense from the perspective of an immortal creature that is docile and immensely more powerful than humans. I guess it would make a lot of sense to, you know, think of humans or mortals in such terms, but you know, it kind of doesn't befit your or it kind of doesn't fit your agenda to, on the one hand, have that perspective that you tell them, and then also tell them that you want them to do stuff. Though I guess the characters might just have a very low opinion of themselves too. They could just think like, you know what? These guys that are constantly telling us that we're not fit to make our own choices and we don't know what we're doing, like, they have a good point. Which would probably fit for if you gave that message to commoners, but if you told that to a king, like, king might think that their decisions make sense, but the commoners fit that description. I mean, maybe that's the point, because, you know, the person they chose is a noble house member, and so maybe they're just trying to, like, say, this is the attitude you should have about the people you rule over. Anyway, ahead the watcher waits, second of 3. Ye without strength, return whence you came. Oh, okay. It's the second sub-boss. I guess it's another hallucinatory terrain. Okay. There's some kind of grassy area. Oh, I can't go back. Because... oh, that's... neat. Oh, this place doesn't even look like anywhere I've been, really. Last place looked like the Ogre Yensa Sand Sea. This just looks like a grassy island in the middle of a swamp. Maybe? I'm having trouble with the camera there. I'm just trying to look around. I kind of like the look of this one. I mean, if weird... I mean, it still kind of looks like it's jewel encrusted or engraved or carved or something, but if that look fits anything, it probably fits like a weird fish. Because fish can have all sorts of bizarre looks, even though it has like a crocodile head as a fish. Okay. Well, I beat the second one out of 3, I guess. But yeah, like I said before, I think this is the second to last dungeon. So it's like nearing the end of the plot stuff. There's some water in that room. It just looks like the water's coming directly out of the stone or something, and there's no place for it to actually come out of. I'll leave that up to the whole game being designed in the PlayStation 2 era when they couldn't. Like when this place was originally designed, it was a PlayStation 2 game, so like I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't add super fine details like where the water is coming from. I mean, little details like that, you know, I notice it and go like, what? Where's the water coming from? But I realize that ultimately stuff like that doesn't matter that much. I guess I'll poke this. I think it returns me to floor 1, maybe. Maybe? Oh, it shows me a cutscene. Second ascent. Reach of Diamond Law. Okay, it didn't return me to floor 1. Okay. Ignorant child of ignorance afeared, rare is the power that can bind. Here alone such magics work, neath mingling of cyst-drawn waters and de-affected jewels. This one say the same thing, it's glowing now, so. Ye who reach but cannot grasp, in failure ever to wander. Be well prepared for what is to come, the writings heed. To your materials be true, err among the four you choose. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Maybe it means that there's 4 of these altars. Here make of your knowledge an offering, gleaned for gleaning's sake, surrender it, only then the path to tread. I guess I'll poke it. It might mean that there's 4 altars and I have to pick the right one. But I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll probably just run around and poke everything. Okay. I guess that activated the door. Knowledge avails you not. Does that mean that was the wrong thing to pick? It's nice that the message changed after I pushed the button. It means that these are like computers of some kind, I guess. Rare souls who accost tower and sky, you alone binding magic stir. You who shun sextant and compass, fear not the darkness you must walk, companions at your side into unknown paths. Darkness? Well, I don't have a mini-map right now. Is it referring to run around even though you have no idea where you're going? Maybe that's what it's supposed to mean. Oh, hey, fighting skeletons. Blood darkened bone. Wait, was the knowledge avails you not? Was I giving up the ability to have a mini-map? Well, the map is still here. So I guess I wasn't giving up the mini-map ability. Was I giving up the ability to cast magic? I mean, it would make sense to me if each of those options was something that I gave up. As I progressed through the rest of the dungeon. But I don't think that is what happened. Unless it really is just getting rid of the mini-map, which seems like a pretty trivial and strange thing to give up, because I could always just look at this. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of those lizard things with manufactured armor pieces. But they never talk to you, they just run up to you and bash you. What a place to have your life exist, in a sealed dungeon near the end of the dungeon. I guess he has all the water he can eat. He can have. He just needs to go out to that main area and reach out and just grab some of it that's flying into the sky. Whenever I see stuff like aqueducts or any complex machinery, I just like to look at it to see how it operates or works. I think that's part of the reason why I, whenever I see stuff like that, stuff like designs that don't make sense, I'm always like drawn to it and interested in examining it, because looking at stuff like that and thinking about it just interests me, so it's just something that I'm naturally inclined to inspect. Anyway, how's you all doing? Anything that you notice about this place that is weird or unusual? Or just about stuff in general? Probably not. I sort of like these things because they're like undead. They look like they're manufactured guardians or something. Oh. Is that... Oh yeah, that's the status effect of disable, I think. What can cure disable? I don't think anything can cure disable. I think it's just something... Well... I think it's just something that has to wear out on its own, or you have to switch party member out for. Or maybe Remedy would work, but maybe it works if maybe Remedy only works if you've bought the upgrades for it. Oh wow. Guess I'll do this. Oh, they're still following me. Okay. Guess I'll keep running. Well, that's... Guess I'll remove her. And put Pinello back. Okay. They should just do that again. I just drew too many enemies. Wait. Oh, Fran has no magic. That's why. Okay. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Eventually I'll get to the end here. Even if I have to run around and do a little bit of level grinding or whatever, I'll get there. I just didn't expect I just really did not expect to get stomped by those guys. But I think I am almost at the end. Yeah. The fact that it's really see-through makes it look more like water vapor, but I think it's not supposed to be. Because it does sound like a waterfall or something. Yeah, and I think the camera is coded to make it so that it won't intersect the edge of it. Which, if it was supposed to be water vapor, I just picked up some serum. That's nice. At least now I know a place that I can get serum from. But anyway, I think if that was supposed to be water vapor, that the camera would be fine intersecting its surface. Because, you know, it'd just be more like a mist if that was the case. But the fact that the camera is not fine with intersecting its surface, I think confirms for me that is supposed to be water just flowing up. Although, if water were really flowing up like that in a giant column, I don't think it'd be nearly that see-through. an odd artistic choice, I think, but not entirely not understandable, should say. Okay. These skeletons' armors are always weird looking, but I think they sort of make sense. There's a door here. Oh, the door cannot be opened from this side. Wait, there's a place to continue on here. Well, I'll be through this pretty soon. Poke. I'll worry about going absolutely everywhere if I ever decide to 100% this. Which I won't be doing for at least a while. Which 100%ing games can be interesting and fun, but usually more modern games tend to be a lot harder to do that with, or a lot more time consuming, because they know that there's a contingent of people that will deliberately try to 100% it. So for those like hardcore fans, they usually make the 100% progression exponentially more difficult to proceed down as you go down it. But you know, if you like the game, that's well enough. I've more or less effectively done that with, or I've gotten very close to doing that with Monster Hunter, and that takes a long time to get to the end with. I mean, I would think that if somebody is very, very good at it, that they could do it relatively quickly, but for most normal people, I would think that it would be a rather time-consuming process, because you have to learn all the monster behavior patterns and then also construct better equipment so that you can get better equipment so that you can get better equipment so that you can get better equipment, and so on. At least that's the path of progression that I followed. And eventually, at some point, you get to a point where, what even is 100% completion? Like, do you collect every set of armor? Do you upgrade every set of armor to the maximum you can? And you know, with Monster Hunter in particular, that question has quite a few different answers. But yeah. In this, it would just be, I think, defeating every hidden boss, in addition to the regular boss fights. Okay. As long as I only fight a couple of these guys at once, I think I'm good. Okay. This is very, I'm just trying to go to wherever. Guess this next room here is a dead end. Unless there's a stairway or something in there. There's no reason not to check it out. Well, it's a good thing this party is rather healing heavy. recall correctly, the basement of this area is just a bunch of enemies that spawn wherever you run around to. I think it's a bunch of ghosts and stuff. I seem to remember that. And then at the end of a gauntlet, there's like a boss fight. I do rather like the look of those ghosts. Okay, treasure chest. Suit of dragon mail. I obtain a life wick. Well, I got dragon mail. That's what matters. Oh, okay. Hands running out of magic because of haste, I guess. She was using carrying some too because the monsters were rough, but she also kept using haste, and now she can't build her magic points back up because she keeps casting haste. Well, that's why I never had anybody cast haste before, because the person who had access to haste was also my main healer, so. But I can be fine with Fran being nerfed because she doesn't have enough magic points. That's fine. But yeah, I think I'll probably get to the end of this, at least by the end of the stream. And then the next time I think I'll probably be able to beat the game fully. Where is... There's the elevator thing. I guess I just wander around until I find the stairs up. But yeah, I think I should be able to get to the end of the game in just a couple more streams. Presuming that they're, you know, not cut off abruptly or they go short or whatever. Because I have been going for a while, 3 hours now, about. And I'm most of the way through this dungeon, and probably another hour I'll get to the end of it. You know, at the latest. But, so yeah. I am making pretty good progress. Even though it kind of feels like it's really slow. I think it just kind of feels really slow though, because I'm mostly commenting a lot on it as I go, or at least I'm trying to comment on it mostly. And every once in a while I make a comment that's similar to one I've already made before, like these weird creatures that have very specific but small manufactured bits of metal armor on their body. Like, I know every time I've seen those guys I've commented about how odd that looks, but you know, making the comment several times in a row always seems kind of excessive. Guess I'll run around this van for a bit. How many of these are there? There's 3. Yikes. 3 of them at once gives me a lot of trouble. Yikes. Okay, these are the really rough enemies, and I guess it's because they can use disable. But yikes. I guess I'll have to be careful when I fight them more. Yeah, they're like not much trouble when it's just one, but I guess 2 probably wouldn't be much trouble either, but 3 I guess maybe is the limit. Just because they can disable my party members, so. Okay. But yeah, I think this whole last dungeon, I'm going to think of it as it was intentionally designed as a fighting gauntlet to get you in the mindset of war, and about how you really would want to, at the end of it, you're really wanting to use your magic nuke when you finally get there. So I think it's like a tower constructed to be like an indoctrination camp. I wonder if there's anybody that's designed an RPG that kind of tries to make all of their dungeons make a sort of aesthetic sense like that. Like designing the mechanics or the encounters of the game around its thematic purpose or intent, rather than trying to design it to be entertaining. Because, you know, art doesn't have to necessarily be entertaining to be good, it's just sort of the default mode people try for, because, well, it'd be obvious that you would mostly want art to be entertaining. But, you know, there's value in boring things sometimes. Some of my favorite movies are boring. There's some, it's just a different aesthetic choice that I think games have, largely don't make very often, but I guess most games are like big multi-million-dollar investments, so a game making that choice would have to be like a small independent game company that makes it, and they make it just because they're like, we don't care if this sells well enough to turn a huge profit, we just want to have exposure or something. Well, I mean, they wouldn't necessarily say that, but, you know, having big sales not being the point is kind of, you'd have to have that as not your goal in order to design a game's approach around that kind of aspect. Oh, the elevator still isn't here. One of these floors, there's an elevator and you can poke it to go to like some certain floors, I think. Okay, what do you say, Pillar? More insults? Ignorant child. Crawling through life on clay below. Yep, more insults. All that lived and ever shall, by Girovegan's grace, to prosper now and forever. I guess Girovegan is the name of the Okirian city, I guess? Oh, I found the stairs up already. Oh, that might be the third boss fight. But yeah. So they're saying that all that ever lived or ever shall live is thrives at their command or whatever. You know, a message like that would be a lot more. The characters seem like they'd be a lot more receptive to it if you didn't just say ignorant child. But whatever. I'm not a omniscient, or I'm not an all-powerful eternal being, so maybe it makes more sense if I was. Ahead, the Watcher waits. Third of 3. Ye who crave wealth, return whence you came. Yeah, we're not here for wealth. We're here for, what, power and bloodlust, not wealth. Nothing so vulgar as simple material benefit. We're here to kill. Hey, it's that guy from Final Fantasy X that I forget the name of. Kimari. That was his name. He has a loincloth that's like a zebra print, but he also has natural fur around his head that's that, and his tail is also zebra print. Is his tail like... is what? Is this tail like also manufactured zebra print clothing? I guess it must be. But then like his face is like a Siberian tiger face. Okay, so I guess this guy made a loincloth out of his own hair. Out of his own hair color. That's really weird. Like, I don't know, that that's just really bizarre to do that. But other than that, I think this is pretty good monster design. You know? I don't know why he has a big sword, though. Because he's like... his only article of clothing is a loincloth, but he also has a gigantic sword that looks like it has... it's riveted together out of metal plates. Its thickness and overall like texturing makes it seem more like it would make more sense as a club than a bladed weapon. I guess his weapon looks weird and out of place because, I mean, he only has 2 manufactured items on him, a loincloth and that weapon. But I guess he is like a magical guardian in a hallucinatory plane of snow. So, I guess he doesn't have to make sense. Just like the other stuff. Okay, getting through the fight pretty quickly here. Well, I mean, they are chipping away at it, but they aren't having any significant major problems with it so far. Fenrir is casting bravery. What is he immune to? Is he immune to the weapon that Fran's been using? I think he might be. I guess I'll switch to that. Just in case. Oh, I guess that's something I could have done for the gambit. I could have had a gambit that makes Fran use something else if he's immune to... Actually, I don't know if there's a... if somebody's immune to something gambit. No, it's not worth worrying about too much. Because the fight's almost over and we'll get there. I think I have to make a gambit to remove silence. So I guess I'll do that. There we go. Yeah. Removing silence from him is probably more useful than healing or whatever. It was a good thing this fourth guy just decided to randomly come along. Because it does make these fights a lot easier. Or at least a lot easier than it seems like they would be. Because he's like a dedicated attacker. I'm sure he does other stuff too, but he's basically somebody that I don't have to worry about, that just adds more damage to every fight. And the camera doesn't even like him. He doesn't pose with the rest of them. I mean, he's there, but, you know, camera's like, I don't care about you. You don't matter. Oh, that was the third of 3. Okay. Well, I'm almost there. Threshold of sacrifice. Wonder what that's supposed to mean. I think it means that well, the minimap still isn't around. Wonder how many floors high this is. Altar of Knowledge. Yeah, there's no door here this time. Yeah, this might have all of the altars that existed. What is that? Undin Entite? Oh. Pinello tried to cast fire on it even though it had the reflect status. That's rather annoying. I think I'll go back and save it just in case. Just because I don't know if something that starts combat by casting the highest level silence on everybody is going to be something I can necessarily defeat easily. Just because also if it has reflect cast on itself, Pinello will automatically try to kill it, which will cause it to reflect the magic back at her and kill all of our guys instead. Okay. Wasn't the... I thought the save was like right before the boss room. I'm gonna look at this. Okay, it is right before the boss room, it's just I went the wrong direction. Okay, I guess I'll head up there and then... Okay, yeah, it's right next to the elevator. That elevator thing is just a shortcut so that you can go to whatever floor of the dungeon or whatever region of the dungeon you want. You know, after you've completed it. Okay. Okay, yeah, it was around this corner. Okay, bit by bit. Making my way towards the end. Really impressive looking archway there. Those arches that placed apart. Really thin too. I really don't remember if they choose to destroy the nuclear thing or if they choose to get more nuclear bombs. Or the super magic that powers the ultra nukes. Destroy it or carve out more ultra nukes. I think they destroy it because that seems like it'd be the story thing that they do. But I really don't remember for some reason. I think the first time I played the game though, I like really had no idea what anybody was saying. And like most of the storyline as I was playing it was like just confusing to me because, well, Altar of Wealth? I wonder if Altar of Wealth makes enemies not drop loot or something. What's this one? Altar of Steel? I don't think I want to touch that either. What does this say? Let's see. Pilgrim impelled to heaven's heights, skyward keep your course. In vessel of sky, now make your way. Reaching this place, your worth proven, the path for you shall open. You who call the vessel of sky, who would climb higher still, this vessel's ways now master to ascend. Through ways untrodden, pass but one, through ways then known, move unhindered. It's saying I can use the elevator, I think, but... yeah. Altar of Magics. That probably, like, makes it so you can't use magic or something. I went in a full circle and I don't see the elemental again. Maybe I have to deactivate this. Okay, it's coming back. Except like 10 floors down was when I activated it. Okay, yeah. You have to deactivate it for it to trigger the elevator, I guess. Your abilities are again your own. Okay, I still don't know what that ability was, but I guess the door's sealed. I guess it was the mini-map, because the mini-map's there again. Why would I ever get rid of something that wasn't the mini-map, like Altar of Magics? Let me poke it to just see if it like seals off magic or something. I guess if you primarily don't use magic and just use items for healing, maybe it makes sense to do this, but magic is like a renewable resource and items are not. And items also cost money. Magics avail you not. Characters cannot use magics. Okay, this is what that is. That's weird. Why would you ever... That's just strange that it would do that. Maybe there's some logic to it that I just don't understand. But like turning off the minimap seems like a... It seems like a pretty harmless drawback compared to don't use magic or don't use physical attacks, which is probably what the other one is. I can only go to 2 different floors with this. You're a terrible elevator. You can only access it from the 66th floor, and it can only take you to the 67th floor. Okay. I can see there being an elevator that that can't access certain floors, or can only be accessed from a high floor. Like if you had a military facility, having an elevator that only goes between like the 3rd and 4th floors, you could put the that elevator behind a secure checkpoint on the 3rd floor to make sure that like it's super secure and nobody will be able to access it to go to the 4th floor unless they're really supposed to be there. But like, I think that elevator opens up like after you fight this battle, but it's still weird to see that in this. Plus the way you design that in like a real place would be you'd have the elevator with that kind of security. Like you wouldn't have the elevator that goes from 1 to 3 also be able to go to 4. You'd have like the elevator shaft just doesn't go up to the 4th floor. You know, and then the other elevator you'd have it, there's only an elevator shaft between floors 3 and 4, so that it's like physically impossible for that security to be bypassed. But this is like, I mean, I guess you can't magic hack the magic elevator, but still. It's one of those things that like, you'd look at it and somebody who's an engineer that like understands these concepts would probably be annoyed by seeing stuff like that. 3rd Ascent, Meat of Dynasty. Okay. Floor 80. Oh, this place was taller than I remember. Ancient letters hang in effulgent glow. You who reach this final sphere, no paths herein you will find. The heights you've climbed, their glyphs, these shall be your guide to seal of night look first. Not easily this realm to pass, failing twice, punishment you will face. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it probably means something. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. These sigils are all different colors, and I guess you have to read that thing in order to follow the correct one. So it said something about night? Sigil of sacrifice. What was this one again? It's just red. It's just the color. That one's just green. And this one is dark. Black sigil. Well, none of those are whatever it said. What's it say again? The glyphs to Seal of Night look first. Okay. So it wants me to use the dark one, even though... or black sigil. I guess it has to be this one. There's a thing down there. I guess I'll go down there first, see what that is. There's a good chance that there's like an equipment item down there. Which I haven't checked my inventory after getting the other equipment items, but I guess I haven't really needed any equipment upgrades either. Oh, the door cannot be opened. Well, that's good to know. Okay. Well, I'll poke that. Why not? And it's gonna warp me somewhere, I guess. Okay. Okay, I guess there's just gonna be that language seeing if I can choose the correct color or whatever. I wonder what the punishment is for failing. Like summoning a monster, warping me backwards, maybe? Either way, I don't think I want to just fail it to find out. Okay. Oh. That's nice. A little bit of money. Knocking down the wall by shooting an arrow at it. That makes perfect sense. Antares? I think Antares is the name of a gun. Okay, I have no idea if this green sigil is something I want to poke. I guess I'm here, and it was in a secret wall, so maybe I'll just poke it. Okay. 83 floor. And I'm off the map. Our door. White robes. No. Didn't quite get the get past it without triggering that. Oh well. Well, it's time to Again, the minimap confuses me because, I mean, I concluded earlier that it must be some kind of magical device of some kind, but it's still confusing to me that you can go into these hidden areas and it doesn't just map them out in some way. Wait, what is this? This area is still all off the map. And it's... That's the spot that I came from. There's no hint at which sigil I need to pick. So, seeing as how there's no hint what I need to pick. Sigil of Sacrifice. I came here through a green waystone. Red, black. Well, I'm gonna pick this one. Just because it's not the others. And I don't know if it's the way forward or not. Oh, okay, 81st floor. I guess I picked wrong, so I got sent back. Not all the way back though, just to the back of the place before I hit the secret green path. Okay, there's probably a column or something around here that tells me where to go. Or which color to pick. Cataract Avis. Oh, what is that? Yeah, that looks like a giant flying bug with... looks like a little bit of fur trim or something along some of the edges of its carapace. It's got that weird mouth thing. It's like mandibles or something that just poke out of the lower jaw. I don't know what that is about, but other than that, it looks okay as a critter. Okay, no column to read in this room. This tower just keeps going. There's no reason why it had to be almost 100 floors tall. They're just trying to show off. Look how tall we can make our stone towers and have it somehow not fall in on its own weight. And have it be, you know, straight vertical sides. The real impressive thing is that it lasted this long. There should be a mention of like what this area actually is. Because it can't be just regular stone, it has to be something more than that. Right, there's... Huh. It's not indicating where I need to go. Or there's no hint. Well, Sigil of Sacrifice is what I picked the last time. Maybe I'll pick this again. Although that... Actually, that's night or something. Well, I'm on 82, so I guess that must have been the way forward, maybe. Puro Bolos. I do like this weird ghost bomb thing. It's just one of the things that make it feel more like a supernatural kind of critter. Supernatural and fabricated. Because those aren't necessarily in opposition to each other. I really don't know what to pick. Because there's no clue that I can tell. Okay, I guess I'll just pick the red one, because it was the furthest. At some point, I'd just be following a process of elimination, trial and error, and getting there. Oh, okay, 85. I guess that's progress. Oh, there's a treasure over back the way I came from. Well, it's interesting that these enemies have their chain reaction death ability. I don't know if I'm just too high level for it to have the devastating impact that they think it might, or if it's intended to just be more of a kind of annoyance than a legitimate threat. Yeah, now there's new ones, new sigils. Like, what's this one? Oh, that's another sigil of sacrifice. Yeah, this one's new. I think, because that's... Wait, that's also called a sigil of sacrifice. And that is too... What, these are all called sigils of sacrifice? Okay. Well, I don't think I've seen a yellow one yet. I don't think I've seen a white one yet either. Well, I'll just try something. Hope it works out. This should probably be fine. 79? Oh, this was through that door that I couldn't pass through earlier. At least there's things to read here, I guess. There's 4 of them? Okay. Okay. Boy, that's a lot of enemies that just appear randomly. Wait. Is there a reason she wasn't casting magic? I guess none of these guys are weak against stuff. That's probably why she wasn't casting anything. Okay, these things are gonna keep appearing, I guess. Ah, dang it. Guess I'll put these guys in my party for now. Just so I can... What does this say? I got a map. I don't think the map will help at all, though. I guess it helps in the sense that I know that once I get past this area with the teleporters, I guess it'll be the last spot. Strong magic is bind the door, it will not open. Let's see. Wait, Bash has... Okay. She's the only one with magic. She doesn't have any big target, everybody magic. Okay. Seems like this is a... I guess this is maybe the punishment area for making 2 wrong guesses, maybe. Let's see. Okay, serum. Oh, okay. I guess it faded when I was here for long enough, or killed enough enemies or something. Okay, I think I have to leave. Because these enemies keep appearing, it seems. It'd be a really good place to grind up levels. It's just I guess they're surviving okay right now, but let's see. Who is it? That's... Fran and Penelo are both diseased. And the enemies, for whatever reason, aren't dropping more diseases. Guess maybe I'll do that. Wait, that's the last enemy? Oh. Well, that was unexpected. I kind of expected the enemies to keep spawning. Oh, Ash is casting magic. Let's see. Okay. This is, okay. Okay. Return it back to the party I had before. Wonder if this is the last area where... I guess I know now why that enemy in this area gave me a serum. This is another door. Door cannot be opened from this side. Maybe that's a teleporter that teleports you to the end or something. Okay, you who reach this final sphere, the heights you've climbed, their glyphs shall be your guide. Next turn to green-hued flame, which to your earthbound form gave wing. Wait, what? Next turn to green-hued flame. I was expecting them to, like, give a certain order. Choose well each color, lest you be denied the path you seek. To Seal of Night, look first, where Black of Night, Stained Door, and Glyph. Okay, so... Dark Glyph. Maybe this is number 2? It just says next. So, dark and then green maybe? The 4th is... okay. The 4th is that you sacrificed. Remember now the price you paid below. Steel turns to whitened ash. Wealth it glimmers gold. Magic cries for violet dusk, and knowledge for pink blush of dawn. Oh, maybe knowledge was sacrificing, maybe knowledge was sacrificing experience gain. I don't know if that happened, though. Could have sworn I was gaining levels when I was running around that place, but maybe I wasn't. Okay, so this is explicitly saying the 4th one. Yeah. So the 4th one is determined by the thing that I did earlier. So the 4th one will be pink. Okay. I can handle that. The third 2, okay. So black, green, red. Third 2 is of the flame, not green in hue. Okay, so it wants to make you sure that it's not the green flames that you saw earlier in the dungeon that you think of. Okay, I think I can remember that. Black, green, red, pink. Hopefully I'll remember. Hopefully I won't have much more trouble fighting the enemies. That's a really weird looking dagger. I guess it did say it was supposed to be like a double-bladed dagger, but I don't know about that. Okay, so that green path that I saw before that was like a secret hidden area, that is a acceptable thing to poke. Even though it seems like it's a hidden area, maybe that would still take me forward. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just go that way instead. I may as well. Oh yeah, this treasure chest is back. Wormfire shot. Well, nobody's using a gun, so that doesn't matter. Okay, black and green and red and pink. I happened to, I guess, almost get to the last one the first time. Boy, that fusillade trap sure seems to give damage pretty randomly. Did that enemy... Did I kill that enemy, or did it just disappear? So it seems like it just disappeared. Okay, black, green, red, and pink. Okay. just hoping one of these treasures in this secret area will be a good one. Oh, that seems like a pretty good one. Well, yeah, I guess this is still the way forward, even though it's like a secret path. Okay. Boy, Redis just likes getting into fights. I mean, I guess I do too, but he was much less concerned with following me around than everyone else. I guess I would be too if I spent all my time being the mayor of a town. But what I really want to do is treasure hunting. I don't even know what the reason why he's helping me is. I think it's implied when you meet him that he also is like on the periphery of the Empire but doesn't belong to it for some reason, but he's not like actively opposed to them in any way. So maybe the idea is that he's hoping these guys will fight the Empire and destroy it so they won't pose a threat to his small city. Anyway, you who reach this final sphere through these great gulfs of space. To the undying the final path belongs, pure brilliance unseen in distances traversed, untainted by glyph and color. Okay. So he's saying that you have to be able to fly to go this last place? Maybe? It looks like a false wall. Yeah, I guess it is. What? It's like showing an image of the screen in a little orb. There's a treasure there. I guess I'll poke it. Is this a secret area or just the way forward because it wasn't a glyph? I guess it's just the way forward. Okay, that just goes backward. Okay. I just wanted to double check before I proceeded. Okay, I guess if you went upstairs and looked around, you'd find glyphs that are not the way forward. I guess that's your hint that those wouldn't be the way forward for you. Which I guess makes sense. Oh great, another elevator. Oh, I get to skip a whole floor. Floor 89. Maybe floor 89 is, or maybe floor 90 is floor 89, and the engineers who built the place just didn't want to admit that they accidentally goofed up the designs, and it was one story short of what the original creators wanted. What are those weapons it's holding? Are they weapons? Hashmal. I guess he's a summon, so he has to be weird looking, but it just looks like a guy with giant crab claws on his hands, like made out of metal, but they're all like weirdly curved. It's weird how like half of these summons just look like things, but they have like a really... They look like things you can recognize, but then there's like one element of their design that is just complete, looks like complete gibberish. It just makes them more confusing to look at. Because, I mean, if you saw somebody that was running around with stuff like that, like... Well, first of all, nobody could hold something that looks that giant, but if they somehow could, you'd think that they didn't know what they were doing? Or that they were specialized tools of some kind, maybe? How does Pinello have a disease again? Oh well. But yeah, those look like they're supposed to be specialized tools or something. I mean, they're too large to be a specialized tool, because if it was a specialized tool, it'd be like small so that you could actually use it to do some fine precision work of some kind. But I'm just pausing to look at this because it's a pretty decent place to look. But yeah, there's like the end that looks like it's a hammerhead has feathering around it. It looks like a shrimp tail almost. And there's a blade in front of it, but he's like punching you with it. But other than that bizarre design, it just looks like a guy in a mask. I guess he has a weird giant like fang jaw mouth or something, but it just looks like a guy wearing boots with an open shirt. And then there's broken bits of chain on it, like, I don't know. Stuff like that is interesting to see, at least. It's not like it's not like it's bad. It's interesting just in the sense that I don't know what I'm looking at, so I kind of want to look at it more to like figure it out. Right. Okay. Okay. I already defeated the 3 guardians of the tower, so I guess this means this guy isn't a guardian. I think he is a summon, though. Because all the summons look like this really bizarre mix of sensible and gibberish. Okay. If he just drops everybody from this, I could just put in the rest of my party and probably be okay. Right. Pinello just beat it. While the other 2 fell. Okay. Okay, now it's showing me the summon thing. That jewel always looks kind of neat, and then it shatters and I'm left with the weird etched pattern inside of it. I kind of wish that the jewels themselves were what stored the summon and it wasn't just like the jewel breaks. Oh, now she's posing by herself because she was, of course, the only one still standing at the end of the battle. Like, yep, I did it. I guess she's not posing like she's victorious, so she's just kind of posing humbly, like. So that's not too bad. The only one who didn't drop. Well, at least at the end. Oh, and it's still showing just her. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Your whole party got wiped except for you. I think it's time to turn back. Oh, that wasn't even the top. Oh, I get it. That was supposed to be floor 89. Even though the elevator, like, indicated that I was going to skip it to go straight to floor 90, I still stopped at floor 89 to fight the boss. That's a little weird. Are there enemies in this floor, or can I just run to the save crystal without any enemies? Yeah, I think... Well, I guess I'll... Well, there's no real reason to. I could always run into a trap and get Pinello killed, but I still have plenty of other members of my party to swap in if that does happen. So it's not like it matters that much. Oh, now they're all alive.
Grows greater.
The Suncrest must be near.
The enemies are all gone.
I wonder if she'll really do it. Take revenge against the Empire. I mean, I know how she must feel. It's hard, losing someone you care about.
Something we all got in common.
Yeah, she's gonna kill lots of people because her
But
brother died.
No matter how
Or
hard
her
we try,
husband, I think.
we can't change the past. There's nothing that can bring them back. Still, sometimes when I close my eyes, I can see them so clearly.
Illusions of the past. You think to have cast them off, only to find them years later, unwearying, unrelenting. The past can bind a man as surely as irons. Cut the true path. But will she?
Isn't this like a group effort? Seems kind of weird to have them like defer to Ash specifically about this whole situation. I mean, I guess they're all loyalists to the monarchy, and she is the queen, even though she's not in power, so I guess it kind of makes sense, but you'd think that the events of 2 years ago, of the fact that she hasn't been the queen for 2 years, would kind of mean that, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think having the idea of the kingdom being controlled and completely, its whims are completely decided by one person, that's just so much of a outdated idea to me that it doesn't even occur to me to think that, you know, anyone that, you know, she'd be the only one that would ever be questioned as having a choice in this matter. That's how they're deciding to frame it here, I guess. This tower, wrought by hands undying, heaven-bound path. Those creatures don't have hands, so I guess they mean metaphorical hands. Anyway. Ye who master power, wisdom, mist, the tower's secrets are for you, and you alone. Claim them. To heaven's last height you now ascend. Chosen, now know the reason of your choosing. Okay. Well, it's kind of moot considering she's taking a small collection of people with her. Only you and you alone can go, but you seven can go.
This is the Suncrest.
Yeah. Okay. It's almost the end here. The source of all the magic nukes.
King Wraithwall stood here. With this sword, he cut the Suncrest and took its power in his hand.
But you're going to use the sword to destroy the Suncrest. Aren't you, Ash?
Don't interrupt me, Vaughn.
Killing my moment here. I like how most of the characters just treat Vaughn as an annoying person that is just with them for some reason. Okay, I really don't know why this is happening. Because she held up the sword? Something like that, apparently.
Lord Rassler.
You
And now
want
they all see
revenge?
the ghost.
You would have me use the stone? You would have me destroy the Empire? Is this my duty? Is this what you want? I cannot.
Why do you hesitate? Take what is yours. The Christ is a blade. It was meant for you. Wield it. Avenge your father.
How'd that guy get up there?
Yes. It was I who wore Bashi's face. Who cut down the life of Dalmasca. Lady
Why is he
Ash,
saying yes?
your
None of us were
father's
thinking
murder
that.
is here.
You and Rex!
I slew your king. I slew your country. Do these deeds not demand vengeance?
It was me all along. I am the twin of that guy in your party.
Yes.
And they just accept it.
Good. Find
Well, I mean, I
your
guess they
wrath.
do like the
Take
idea
your
of killing,
sword.
so.
Fight and serve those who died before you.
A Judge Magister there was. 2 years passed. He took in his hand the Midlight Shard, stolen from Nabradia, and used it not knowing what he did. And Nabudis was blown away. Sid ordered this of him, to learn the Nethicite's true power.
Yeah, and this is the
That man swore never
Power
to
of
let
the magic
such terrible
mix.
power be used again. He forsook his Judas' plate and his name.
Judge Zect.
It's been too long, Gabranth. Reach out your hand, Lady Ash. But remember, that which you must grasp is something beyond revenge, something greater than despair. Something beyond our reach. Try as we might, Gabranth, history's chains bind us too tightly.
okay.
No, we cannot escape the past. This man is living proof. What is your past, daughter of Dalmasca? Did you not swear revenge? Do the dead not demand it?
Okay. The ghost is controlled by the ancient beings. Or it's like a projection that they create.
My prince, our time was short.
So they kind of have been
Yes, I know
using
this.
it to control these people.
You are not the kind to take base revenge!
Like, oh,
The Rassler I knew is gone.
You are our saint, Tashalia Benagan. You must use the Nethicite. You must be the one to straighten history's weave.
I am no false saint for you to use.
And that's her figuring out that
In all Dalmasca's
they're trying to
long
manipulate her.
history, not once did we rely on the Dusk Shard. Our people resolved never to use it, though their need might be dire. That was the Dalmasca I wanted back. To use the stone now would be to betray that. I will destroy the Suncrest. I will discard the stone.
You claim only of power? What of your broken kingdom's shame? The dead demand justice!
You're wrong. What would change?
What?
I can't help my brother now.
That guy's a loyalist to the Empire with the nukes. Why would he want them to use the nukes?
He's dead.
Even with power, we cannot change what is past. What is done, is done.
Oh, that's one of the artificial stones, I think. That's a human-made nuke instead of an ancient being-made nuke.
What future can you claim? What good a kingdom you cannot defend?
Then I will defend Queen and Kingdom both.
Ha! Defend? You? You who failed Landis and Dalmasca. What can shame hope to keep safe? Your shield is shattered. Your oaths poison those you would protect.
Okay. I really have no idea what that guy wants. For some reason, he wants us to have the magic nukes, even though he's been a loyalist to the Empire. Maybe he's just mad because we might destroy all magic nukes and he wants the Empire to have magic nukes. I guess that is an explanation that would make sense. So he came up here to...
Hear me, boss.
I don't know what he can really do.
Kingslayer will win you back your honor. When you abandoned home and kin, your name was forever stained with blood.
No, it says he's immune to magic. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the motivation for him is supposed to be. I mean, the fact that he's here at all is kind of outlandish, but supposedly he had a goal in coming here.
So you, too, would leave your debts unpaid.
Enough of this! I can bear no more.
Oh, and another person
You
shows up.
disappoint me, Gabranth.
What?
He trusted you. When you bared steel against the princess, you forswore your obligations to your emperor. You shame yourself and make mockery of Lord Lars's trust. You are unfit to serve him as sword or shield, and so I release you from that service. Your presence is neither required nor welcome.
Okay, so
Gabranth!
You are only a tool of this Venar.
How quaint. We are allies. The Acuria give men power as a master feeds his dog. It is meant to tame us. How well you've resisted their wile. By turning your back on their stones, you give us free hand to write our own history.
And at what price? Dalmasca's freedom for your Nethicite? I shall not suffer you to have it. The Suncrest be damned!
Be sure that it is! For what other purpose do you think you brought us here? But, my lady, I would have you stay your Acurian sword. The Suncrest is glutted with mist, and so precious a thing must not be squandered. Let us use the stone! Finish this for now!
okay. Trying to think about what is supposed to have happened there.
Shards of Nephesite, cocoon of the Suncrest, spill forth your mist upon this evil east. Let's see its sky be awash in it, that Bahamut may come and drink his fill.
Okay, so this stone is like where all of the magic nukes get their power from. So if I destroyed it, all the magic nukes would go away, and this guy doesn't want it to be destroyed.
Casts it back the shadow of a Curian design, testament that man's history shall be his alone.
You made your nethersite for this. You mimic the Acuria stone for what? To become a god yourself?
On whose shoulders better to stand than those of the would-be gods? Ah, such high hopes I once had, but you ran and they with you. Alas, the hour of your return is late. Come, family, revel in the glory of my triumph!
So, I don't know how this guy is supposed to have followed me. But somehow he followed me. And that was his gambit all along, to get me to come here so he could find this thing and then take it. But I don't know. And he just berated the other guy for fighting my party. And now he's fighting my party instead. And he has a giant gun from nowhere. Oh, and the gun went away again. I do like his silly, dual rifles, though.
The fruit of our power and knowledge. See what the stone of man is capable of. Witness its power with your own eyes. Offer it to me.
Okay, I guess this is a summon of some kind. Okay. Wish I could see this thing clearer. I guess it's like a floating armor guy that's holding a cannon, but I don't know what that's supposed to be. I guess it's an urn with a giant metal chain dangling from it. He's like floating. He's floating like 6 feet off the ground. And his attacks are just waving in front of him. I'm like 20 feet below that. I guess they just have to look impressive. They don't have to make sense with what their attacks actually look like. Okay. I think I have to fight that thing before Sid becomes fightable again, or damageable. Okay. So yeah, I think this is supposed to have been a gambit for Sid to get the stone, so he could study it and learn how to get ultimate power. Which, I don't understand why that makes sense. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but it kind of doesn't. Because it means he was tracking me the whole time. And I don't know why how he was supposed to have been doing that. I guess it's better that they just overlook questions like that, because it doesn't have any good answer. I guess he was allied with one of those ghost god things. So I guess him having some kind of tracking makes sense if you just assume that the ghost, the immortal god thing, can just do it somehow. Oh, looks like I dropped some frames there briefly. But yeah. So yeah, I guess it does make sense after all. Although I don't know why his immortal god thing couldn't just tell him where to go to find it. Like, I mean, maybe it didn't know where to find this? I mean, the immortal god things didn't tell these guys where to find it. They just gave a vague clue about a tower. But I don't know. I guess it could make sense that the immortal god thing didn't know where this tower was, but knew that if certain events went into motion, that it would trick these people to seek it out, so he could follow them and then get the information that way. Like, that does make sense, and it could be the explanation for what happened, but if so, then it could have made a lot more sense if they just had the plot explain that's what was going on, but they kind of didn't, as far as I can tell. I mean, that's what is so confusing about the plot of this game. Oh, I got that Esper now. Well, I beat him up.
Let him by, Fenar. It is done. How I have enjoyed these 6 years.
The pleasure was all mine.
Why didn't Vana fight me? He fought the judge.
Was there no other way?
Or knocked him around.
Spend your pity elsewhere. If you are so set on running, hadn't you best be off, fool of a pirate?
Okay, he just didn't normal die, he disintegrated, turned into a ghost, died.
Fran!
I don't know what happened there.
The mist burns to bursting. It beats. The cocoon.
She's like sensitive to the magic power of whatever this is.
The Suncrest bursts. You must run as far as you can.
Easy, Fran.
Hadn't you best be off? That's what a sky pirate does. You fly, don't you?
I suppose you'd better hang on then.
I guess it's overloading for some reason. Maybe it's supposed to be that the fighting that we were just doing released too much magical energy or something. And it's now undergoing a meltdown type situation.
You must quit this place. It's reacting. I've not seen its like before. Nay, never this large. Never such threat impendent. For Nabudis.
Redis! Redis, no!
I, Judge Magister, condemn you to oblivion!
Okay. Oh, everybody's vaporized. That's kind of what it looks like it's supposed to be implying there. Everybody got vaporized. I mean, that's one ending, but it's a little unexpected. And no, I think it was just supposed to be a big, like, light explosion or something. I don't know how the people that were in the room at the time it happened, though, were supposed to have survived. But I guess the top of the tower is just annihilated now. The guy standing 3 feet away was vaporized, but... And the whole top levels... The whole top levels of the area now have the option. I guess I will. I can't think of a reason why I wouldn't. Other than it, maybe the final area is... It's impossible to turn back from it, maybe. But yeah, the whole top of the tower was vaporized, but the people standing 20 feet away are all fine. Blast the sea, blast the waves, blast it all. I don't believe he's gone. He's Redis. How could he die? Hadn't you noticed he's been searching for a place to die all along? Yeah, that's why he became the leader of a town. Those people are self-destructive and just waiting for any excuse to go out in a blaze of glory. Anyway, Lord Redis wasn't the sort of man to run away from his problems by dying. He weren't. How could he abandon this town? You'd have him regret passing, you'd have him suffer and wail for eternity? No, that's not what I meant. No, if he's gone, then he should rest in peace. God knows he deserves it. Then let him. If you've time to mourn and curse him, then you've certainly time to carry on what he started. If you don't wish an eternity of regret on him, then let's do our part here and know he's watching over us. Satisfied? Satisfied, Redis. We'd be lucky if we earned a not disappointed from him, but I suppose everything depends on us now. Us and Van's crew. Since when have you trusted that lot with more than swabbing the deck? I wasn't blind, I saw the faith that Redis had in them. I'm sure they'll discover what it is they need to do in short time. Speaking of which, did you tell them about our guest? They should be meeting up at the manse as we speak. Who was that odd fellow anyway? Okay. But yeah, like, that in that one short sequence...
Alcid?
I guess I'll talk about it later.
We let ourselves inside. The situation is one demanding some haste, you understand?
How did you know where we were?
My little birds, they tell me many, many things.
Everyone just tracks these guys like
lady,
no problem.
The war begins now.
Then you were unsuccessful in stopping the Rosarian fleet?
I used a variety of methods. All went according to plan until it came time to request withdrawal of our most devoted generals. In their enthusiasm for war, our great military leaders went behind my back straight to Marquis Sandor's resistance.
The Resistance?
During training, a division of the resistance ignored their orders and disappeared. They were next found exchanging broadsides with the Imperials over Old Nabradia.
Why would they go there? They were asking to be found.
You misunderstand. Those ships must surely belong to Rosarian division. They may have joined Ondor's resistance forces as patriots or even mercenaries, but in reality they are regulars of the Rosarian army, under direct command of our war pavilion. This fifth column has invaded Imperial airspace and provoked a response. Unable to abandon them, His Excellency the Marquis was obliged to give his main fleet the order to attack. And the battleground is Dalmasca.
Should this fight drag on, Rosaria will enter the fray. The defense of Dalmasca is their excuse, and we will have a war between empires.
Correct. They will bide their time waiting to strike until the Empire has spent itself against the Marquis. But then he will crush them and the Marquis both between his hands.
Vayne holds the Dusk Shard no longer. His advantage is lost.
Vayne has advantages enough. He stands on higher ground, and my birds tell me he has awoken something quite large. Bahamut, Lord of the Sky. There was a stirring in the mist, in the direction of Ridorana, I am told. Bahamut awoke soon after this.
It is the mist that came before the Christ was undone. It breathed life into this Bahamut. If Rethus had not stopped it when he did, how much more mist might it have drunk? All went according to Dr. Sid's designs.
Yes, the man's last great accomplishment, I fear.
I don't think he planned to
So it
die.
falls to me to put an end to the thing.
Okay.
Vayne commands Bahamut himself?
He comes to Rabanastar.
Then I will defend Dalmasca and stop this Bahamut. This is my charge.
That's our charge, actually.
It's our home. It belongs to us all.
Okay.
And my charge is to hinder and delay this Rosarian invasion for as long as is possible. I will do what I can. Ah, yes.
Oh yeah, so
When these
the two empires are about to fight
You must come to Rosaria.
between the
I will take you to the
at the border between them, and the border between them is the hometown of all these people,
Then, I will be waiting.
or their kingdom. And I guess it's a sort of geopolitical kind of consequences of having alliances and sneakily deciding to go to war, but yeah. Wait, the Imperial Sky Fortress Bahamut is on the attack. I thought Bahamut was a creature, not just an airship. We have no chance of fighting it from the ground. The only way to fight the Bahamut is to go to it by airship. Yep. Now I can just go to the last dungeon. Bahamut. Okay. Well, I think I will at least start going there for now. I don't know if I'll get all the way to the end of it, although I think it is a shorter dungeon than the one I just went through. So maybe. I don't really know if I feel like, well, I guess it's not that late right now. Are any of these new? No, I think this is the same equipment that was available before. But I will sell all my loot and see if I get something interesting up here. The barding is a perfect balance of lightweight construction and protection. Its iron alloy composition makes it prone to rust if not properly maintained. Well, that's surprising that it's not rusted over, considering I found it on a creature that lives in ancient ruins. I guess I'll sell all the black orbs. I don't think I have any reason to keep them. And who knows, selling a bunch of black orbs might get me a good bazaar item or something. But yeah, I guess I'll at least start on the last dungeon. Or go explore it in a moment here. Check to see if everybody's equipment is, or check to see if I can equip anything new and unlock any new licenses. Then I'll just head to the last dungeon. Noisome incendiaries. Yeah, I don't really use these. Memories of yore. The world to a child, the weight of the world to an old man. Pebble? What? What? 99 pebbles? Are pebbles useful for something? I don't think they are. I just bought 99 pebbles. And I just sold a bunch of pebbles, so I guess it's just a dud item. That if you buy it, it's just wasted stuff. Yeah, 2 espers. There we go. There's Arise. Now you can actually use it. And what else? I guess I'll go back to this. My main class, more or less. I don't know if there's anything. I guess I'll just buy things to just buy the rest of them. I guess I could up his damage, but with the sash, wearing the sash, but I don't think that necessarily is a good idea. Even though I was thinking of doing it earlier. But I will go ahead and just do this for now. Yeah, definitely do that. Increase magic potency. Okay. Channeling. It's like one of the best things you can buy. So it's worth buying it. If I can, or if I have access to it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think I have pretty much everything I might want. And just spend the stuff to spend it. Okay. Remedy lore. Yeah, why not? I'm getting to the point where pretty soon I'll just be filling out the rest of it, buying stuff that I'll never use, and then having it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, swiftness is good. Yeah. Sleep, sap, immobilize, disable. Okay, definitely that. I guess I should have probably looked and been more careful about how I spent points, but... Huh. It's a pretty big increase in magic potency, because there's one over here that I just bought, and then there's 4 over here. So yeah, or 5 over here. So I bought 3 in total just now. Of course, then again, I don't know what that actually does. It could just be that it ups their stats by 1 each time I buy it, or ups the damage I deal by 1. No, I'll use the non-elemental arrows for her. 'Cause that seems like it'd be more useful. Okay. Gonna buy the black mask that keep her with the magic item. Okay. I guess something I could do is go do hunts, but I think I'd prefer to push towards the end rather than anything else. Rather than doing random side quest stuff. Because I think at this point, the rest of the game is relatively quick. And still don't have... Okay. Well, I'm not going to worry about any of that. I'll save it and now go travel to Bahamut. So apparently Bahamut was, I guess, a super weapon the Empire was making. And when the thing was going haywire and spitting out lots of magic energy, the Bahamut on the other side of the world was able to benefit from it enough to activate, whereas before the Bahamut was, I guess, sitting on a dock or a launch pad or something somewhere, not being used for anything. But yeah. Oh, and conveniently the Bahamut is just in the skies above the city, like they said. Once you leave Bahamut, you'll not be able to return. Yeah. I don't remember if going there you can leave, or like if you save after you fight the boss or whatever. But I think it's the end of the game, pretty much.
This wind, what could it be? A tornado? Tornado? It's headed right for us.
That's some massive super weapon. I was expecting the dragon Bahamut, but I guess they were building this in case they lost their magic nukes, which they did. Both the Emperor and the Prince are on there.
Our dear Cid, slain by his son. A common tale of late.
Someone else, maybe somebody in this very room did that recently.
Put an end to this.
But I'm not suggesting anything.
Surrendered.
Let us make of this an offering. One he might see even now. Venal, what say you?
Oh, Vinal's talking to him now, I guess?
The main battery stands ready.
I beg you.
Fire.
I thought they said that the resistance fighters and organizations were gathering in Nabudis, which is somewhat north of where they are here. That is a very impractically designed looking airship.
Why this?
It's basically just a giant flying vertical
Once
column.
they see that there can be no surrender, the Resistance must needs come at us with all they have. We will answer their attack head-on and destroy them, before the eyes of all Rabanastre.
If you do this, the people will only grow to hate you the more.
And should I pardon them, they will only rise up yet again.
I do not believe they would. In cooperation lies our hope. You are mistaken. You are wrong, brother.
Why would you take your, like, 10-year-old brother to a war front like this?
You had best find the strength you need to correct me then.
Ship sighted ahead! A squall more! The Resistance fleet, my lord!
If you don't like what I'm doing, kill me and then become the Emperor. That's how we settle things here.
Today we write the first page of a new history. Our history. Each of you must play his part. Put down this rebellion. For Arcadia, we fight!
For Arcadia!
It is... It is not clear to me how this conflict makes sense. There's probably something that makes it make sense, but...
May fortune favor us all.
But yeah, there's probably some way in which this does make sense. Like, perfect sense, instead of just, oh, he's the bad guy, so he's doing the bad thing because this is the end of the game. But yeah, it sort of like mostly makes sense what's going on. You know, oh, this is the resistance movement. And then, nope, some of the other Empire's troops are mixed in. I guess the, why would the other Empire hide that?
Make ready and fire.
Because the other Empire wouldn't benefit from a war, would it? I mean, the person from the other Empire kind of said that they wouldn't benefit from a war, but they, for some reason, the other Empire's military leaders kind of do want a war. So they put some of their troops in with the rebellion's troops in order to make it so when the rebellion was attacked, their troops were attacked so they could justify a war to their people. Like, that makes sense.
Carrier Galipal, she's lost. Unknown ship from abaft. Could it be?
Uncle, it is I. I'm crossing to the Bahamut to stop Vane.
What are you saying? You are too rash. Your duties come after the battle is over.
If we allow them to destroy us here, there will be no after. You must assist our charge.
Stop! You must pull back. Stop the storm.
Hold it. I mean, wait. This is Master Solidor. I'm going in with her, so we're fine. I got the princess covered.
Larsa Solidor? So you hold him as a hostage?
No, Uncle. He will fight with us against Vane. Leave it to us.
Okay, that's silly.
Understood. Our fate is in your hands.
It's a good thing Larsa knew what our radio frequency was.
Lars would say that. We're relying on you for fire support. Give them
Oh,
something to think
okay.
about. We'll pick our moment and make our move.
I get it. very early in the game there was a scene where there was like a fake voice device that Balthier has on his ship. And I think what was supposed to have just happened was that Van used it to pretend he was Larsa. So that wasn't actually Larsa who was talking.
Quite the welcome. Careful.
But like that's something that they
You want to dance?
that's something they show off like in the first 10 hours of the game or something. So it's something you're incredibly likely to forget. And I guess by cover our approach they meant don't do anything, just float around in the sky.
There it is.
It's nice that these people are the only ones that think to board the enemy ship. So it makes them seem even more like heroes when they're the only one even trying something that might work. It's still confusing, but, you know, at least it's kind of like, oh, well, it kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense that, above all, that these people would be the ones to do it, because they've escaped from Empire custody multiple times. And, it's like, their military is trash, and they know it.
Vane will be in the fortress's command tower. I saw something of the like on our way in.
I mean, I
here.
guess their airships are powerful,
Right
but
above our
their
heads.
soldiers are terrible.
We need not fight all the Empire to win. If we can get to Vane, we can put an end to this war.
Let's get going then. Find Vane wherever he's perched and knock him off.
Okay, now it's just wander around. I really don't remember what this last dungeon is like how maze-like it is. But after the other stuff, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, oh wow. This does pretty decent damage. I wonder if there's a map. Okay. Sky Fortress Periphery. There's no map for this place, I guess. It's just, you get to see the outside, what it looks like from the outside. I guess these soldiers are not weak against any particular magic, so maybe I should just have her cast magic in general. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Fire, thunder, blizzard. Let's see, any foe deal heavy damage to one foe. Yeah, maybe I'll have her do that. And then if she doesn't have any magic points, she'll just attack. So at least we cover them. Oh, it's like a dog wolf thing. Attack dog. It's called a mastiff, I guess. I'm gonna pretend all those fancy patterns on it are like barding or something. you know, dog armor. That way, you know, the weird crochet patterns, lace designs on it are just, that actually is barding. Because that's something that might actually exist on it, considering that it's like a war animal, or a war trained animal. Okay. The ship is just destroyed from the outside while they're running around inside. And they go, oops, I guess we didn't need to do this after all. That would be funny if it happened, but
They hide in the sun!
very different. They're very, very interesting sort of designs here. I think somebody who made these cutscenes must have really liked. Oh, and it just suddenly ends. That's
the resistance
weird.
fights their battle well. We dare not fail them. We dare not falter.
Stop worrying. We just have to clean up here, and then Ash will be the queen.
It's kind of hard to believe. I can't even imagine trying to rule a whole kingdom.
A queen might always run away with the help of a sky pirate looking to raise his bounty a peg.
I doubt our queen would need the help of any sky pirates.
Do you really think me as strong as all that?
Who said anything about strong? You'll make it. You got good friends.
So I guess they really do just defer to her automatically. Even though she's not really showing any particularly good signs of judgment or good character. They just really like monarchy, I guess. Which, you know, I mean, if you're raised your whole life in a kingdom, then I guess that makes sense, but... What is that? It's called a helm rook. It kind of does look like a cross between a helmet and a rook. What is that? It's just a floating sphere? These are the weirdest guard things ever. Wait, now the enemy's casting sap on me. Spinner rook. That is... change my party slightly for a moment. Yeah, these enemies are really powerful for some reason. Oh wait, they're all locked. Okay. I think if they're in the middle of an action, you can't swap them out. Except they're all disabled. So, can you also not swap them out if they're disabled? Well, I guess Ash just dropped. I guess I'm maybe not equipped for this area right now. I thought I'd be able to just do this no problem, but I guess not. Maybe I just fought too many enemies at once. Potentially. Okay. Well, I haven't been wiped out yet. Let's see. I have to figure out what I want to do to try to stay up. Oh, Bash fell. Well, maybe I will have to pause for a bit to go do some side content for a little while. Okay, did I run? Okay, I did run to a safe area. That was really close. She have raise? She does have raise. Oh, right. She wasn't raising because I had it set to make it so that only she'd only raise Vine. That's right. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. Okay, so I don't think I have any better equipment I can get access to at the moment. I guess I'll raise Ash for a moment, just because, in case I want to have a full party at full health to just back up just in case. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I guess Bash isn't at full health yet. I'll let them heal him first before I put him away. Wait, what? Okay. Okay. Now let's see if I can... I'll go this other direction and Maybe just try again. Although I kind of think that I'm going to have to go back and level grind at this area. Or maybe just level grind here for a while, and these enemies I can defeat without too much difficulty. And then just wait here a while to be better. Okay, these enemies are not worth much experience points. I guess I'll check to see what their experience is at. Okay, 22,000, 41,000, 36,000, and each enemy gives like 500. So you'd have to kill what? 2 per 1,000 times 22, so 44,000 or 44. I guess that's not too bad. Like, it'll mostly go by quickly, but maybe I'll just stay in this area for a little bit. Like, I don't know if the problem was that I drew too many enemies. I had too many enemies to fight, or if I was too low level, or bad equipment. I guess I didn't update the equipment that everybody else had access to. And I think I did get a better gun. Yeah, I think the Gigas chestplate is still the best. I guess, well, let's see, he has, guess I'll give him the Ultima Blade. Okay. Demon Mail. That seems like it'd be better than Diamond Armor. I don't know, I guess Diamond Armor seems like it'd be good. Carmagnol. Okay, so it is not as good as the other one. But for her, I guess it is something that would be better for her to equip that. Enchanter's Habit. That's right, I never really gave her much. I didn't really give her weapons to use besides the ones that don't require licenses. So that's why she's using that one. Well, I guess I'll just have to hope that I can do a little bit of... I can be more cautious or something, maybe. Okay. Wonder what level are the enemies here? It's one of the nice things about this, that they always tell you what level the enemies are that you're fighting, or at least almost always. I don't think it's always a given, but most of the time you can just look at what the enemies' levels are. And when that's the case, 4750. Okay, so I am leveled correctly for it. Maybe I'm just not equipped correctly for it then. I just spent a bunch of license points. Oh well. I think I will just sort of level grind for a few minutes and hope that I can proceed after that. Yeah. I guess it won't take too long to just get a level. It's nice that the enemies keep coming. Maybe that's what this first area is for. Like, the enemies are a challenge. Or the enemies aren't really much of a challenge, but you can mostly mow them down pretty quickly. So that if that next room is too troublesome, you can hang back, try to gain a couple levels, and then proceed again. Not that I know that gaining levels does much, but you know, that's just the thing. I do like the look of this place. It sort of has like a... I don't know. I was gonna say it has a steampunk aesthetic look to it, but I don't think it's that. Quite that. I mean, some of this metal structure looks like it's supposed to be bronze or something. But apart from that, I don't think it's I think it's just a distinctive, interesting visual look that a lot of the other places don't have. It's kind of nice to see, especially after all the stone ruins that I was just in. Both the stone of that weird underground chamber and the stone of the tower I was in, running around in. Now it's like, oh, colors. Colors are nice. Looks like there's like a red lighting or something. That camera just... sometimes I just struggle with it. Okay. Oh, and they're giving Phoenix Downs as treasure. That's also good, considering I burned through a bunch of them when I was in that other room. Okay, Penelo's... nobody's really running out of magic. That's good. Okay. Maybe I'll proceed forward after somebody else has gained a level. I think that's what I'll try. Okay. But yeah, this place kind of almost looks like a steampunk aesthetic in certain areas. I think it's just the color scheme that's making me think that. Because like, it's like metal grating or something in spots, and then tiling in other spots. Why would you make your military ship this fancy looking? You'd think that, if anything, a military installation would be strictly utilitarian. I mean, people always hate, like, brutalism as a design, as a design choice in general, but if it fits for anything, it fits for like military use. Because the absolute last thing you're worried about when you're a military is aesthetic appeal. I mean, there might be reasons why you might want to try to do some aesthetic appeal as a military, but if you're having carpenters put in tiling and having a fancy, I don't know, riveting along the hallways like this, like, you're probably spending your military budget a little incorrectly doing that kind of thing. But, you know, maybe there's some explanation that would make this make sense, like if the primary industry that the Empire thrives on is textiles, and so their government was like, oh no, we had a huge textile decline in our industry, we need to artificially prop it up. It's like, well, we can always just use government spending to prop up the textiles industry, and then they don't like know actually what to do with it, even though they've funded it a bunch, so they just end up installing a bunch of tile floors in all of their military installations, even though it like doesn't help anything. I mean, that makes sense, but you know, it's probably not anywhere close to any explanation the people who made this had in mind, if they even had one in mind, which they probably didn't. Okay. Let me try to... Okay. Did someone else level yet? I really don't know. Okay. Time to... I guess I'll head on just because I'm getting a little bored just going back and forth like that. Okay, I will try to only fight one at a time. If... I guess that's not possible. I won't get too far from this runaway point though. Wait, 3 of them? Can I just kill one? Van dropped. Oh, Fran's asleep. Okay, well, I'm gonna chalk that up to they did end up fighting more than one. I think there were 4 total in that group, maybe? Hopefully that's not something that will, hopefully that's not something that will prove, too insurmountable. I actually don't know if it was... I actually don't know if it was impossible to backtrack completely and leave or save in this area before. Maybe it was, or maybe it... Oh, okay. There's a soldier here. Last time I was here, there wasn't anybody. Huh. Maybe it's just random that there's somebody here or not. And there's also a treasure chest. Elixir. Okay, I guess I can't go through here. So I have to keep going forward or nothing. Okay, it's gonna take me a while to it's gonna take me a little while to get further, I think. It's just too bad I wasn't able to kill one of those special enemies on the next screen. I wonder if that's because I chose Sap as the spell that Vanello uses. Maybe those constructs are resistant to Sap. I guess I'll try that. Or Bio. Maybe I'll ever... Let's see. Damage all foes in range over time. I wonder what the difference between Bio and Toxify is, besides 2 magic points. That's probably not worth worrying about too much. Well, I'll try that for a bit. I'll try this on this screen and see if that makes an appreciable difference. Like, they're evidently not weak to anything. Well, I did manage to kill that one enemy. I think they're just strong against Bio, so that means that Pinello wasn't really being successful with any damage to them. They still are strong against attacks, so... Or rather, they still are, they still are, rather tough to fight, so... I think it's just a thing that I'm gonna have to deal with them being a little too tough to fight for now. But I don't really know what other option I have at the moment other than just trying to grind up levels. I guess the fact that I'm not going to be able to just charge through this area quickly means that it might be a good idea to stop for now. I do like the look of this bow. It's excessively ornate, but, you know, since when is a fantasy bow not excessively ornate? I think as it looks, it's for the most part still looks rather simple. Wait, where? Pinello just nuked an enemy and I don't see what direction they came from or where they were standing. Maybe they just didn't drop loot. I'll say, looking at the other gear that they have. That's a pretty neat looking staff. And I already know what Van's dagger looks like because of the weird scissors shape. It sort of had a scissor shape to it. Okay. Well, it's oh, that's nice. There's 3 enemies here to fight. Oh, and the lightning just completely obliterates them. Maybe the lightning just does more damage. More outrage damage. All at once. Because the sap wasn't one-shotting the soldiers. The sap was leaving them mostly down and then needing another hit in order to be fully dropped. Wonder if I could just run through those rooms with enemies and just go about things that way. Well, another level got gained at least. Histaga moat. Well, that grid on the ground looks like it's supposed to be metal grating, but there's nothing underneath it. If the tiling pattern was different, it might remind me of like it might remind me of the tiling patterns that exist on walls in like mosques. Because one of the interesting things about the Islamic religion is you're not supposed to create imagery of people, even people you adore. So a lot of times they couldn't like depict figures on their walls, like that would be normal in like Christian churches. So mosques instead, they wanted to have some kind of decoration. So what they did is they just invented different tiling patterns to put on things. And they made these just ornate sort of, these neat abstract sort of designs all over the place. Which, you know, having your dictates of your religious order lead to the creation of interesting tiling patterns is kind of a neat little detail to have. It's a neat little quirk for your group to have. And some of the tiling patterns remind me of that in here. Wait, this is a different place. I guess I was going somewhere different with some of those. Maybe I didn't backtrack completely the other time. I'm not as... Oh, there's still a bunch of enemies here. But I'm not as surrounded by as many of them this time. I wonder if these enemies continually just spawn on this map too and chase me down. This is oddly fitting as a challenge for the last area though. Yikes. Okay. Because I feel like this is adequately challenging. 6,000 damage? Oh, okay, I see. That enemy has... Okay, that's what's happening. One of these enemies has reflect on him. I think I'm gonna run in here. So that's why I've been being killed there. I should have paid closer attention. Where is it? One of these makes it so things they cast can't be reflected. I guess I need to use that. Okay, magics will not bounce off targets with reflect status. There we go. Now that... So I guess that was the thing that was destroying me. Still have him have the Sage Ring. Vanillo's low on magic. I guess I'll run around here for a little bit until we're all better. Oh, Vanillo has stop. Okay, I'm just gonna run around for a little bit until Penelo has some more magic. Now that her magic won't reflect and annihilate my party instead of hitting the enemies. Hopefully now that'll make that area a little less devastating to me. Then I can just continue on. But that's the kind of thing that happens when you aren't really paying attention to the game very much, because you're too busy randomly talking about steampunk designs and Islamic temples. Or, you know, whatever. Penelo's still low on magic. But at least I think that should... Okay. They still do decent damage, but not like what it was before. Because the 6,000 damage or whatever I was getting from random strikes was apparently just a bounced thing from Penelo, so... Still can't really do this. Still can't really do this part effectively if I enter this screen with my magic low. So maybe I'll just have to run around a little more. Right, that just really... This place burns through my magic faster than everywhere else. If I knew that, I probably would have bought a bunch of ethers or something. I pretty much survived the whole game until now without using items, so I figured that I'd just be able to run through this area while doing the same. No enemies spawn in this location. I wonder if that's because I've killed too many here, and so the game just doesn't want to spawn any, or if just not very much spawns there. Probably something like that. Oh hey, a bunch of enemies. And another door I can't go through. So I guess these rooms I've been going in are actually are different rooms. I thought it was just I started in a place that looked like this and both directions led to the same opening. But I guess it's a big circle with multiple rooms that look identical. And the connecting thing goes to a larger room in the center that all of them connect to. So I guess there's either 2 or 3 of these, maybe. Okay, Pinello's the one I want. Pinello's the one I'm most concerned about having adequate magic. Because her having adequate magic means that the fight will be over quicker. So I'm hoping at least that once her number gets high enough, I can fairly quickly go through that room and drop those weird mechanical sentries. Whatever they are, the spheres and the cylinders and what other shapes are they? A giant mask thing? Yeah. Hopefully if she has lots of magic, it'll be trivial to get through it quickly. Okay. That's what I was confused, that these enemies do cast the spells that I was using, it's just that their version of the spells is much weaker than the version that was being reflected on me heavily. Okay. Disable. They're all disabled. I really don't know how to... How do I switch the party leader without swapping them out of the party? Or without that happening? I don't know if there is a way. Wait, does she have... No, she does not have raise. I just thought to conserve the item. Since apparently right now I'm kind of stuck here for the moment. Where is it? There it is. Okay. For some reason it seems like Penella's moving really quickly. That might just be her run. I'm not used to what her run looks like. Okay. Well, let's see. I think I'm going to probably end pretty soon, especially if I can't get past this next room. Or maybe I'll just run for it, and if I don't get anywhere, I'll just, next time I'll just do some leveling before I come here again and try it. Because I really don't want to just be running around in circles. hoping that I can slowly gain enough levels to take out that last spot. So as far as I can tell, I think that one room I need to go down the bridge. So maybe I'll just run that direction. Oh, I guess fighting him won't be a problem. Right. Oh, okay. Go here and hope that... Okay, so I guess this is a safe zone. I'm just running around to replenish magic before I go to the next room. Presumably the next room will be tougher again. Okay. Okay, panel can be used to operate the lift. It seems to reach the uppermost level of the central shaft. Well, let's see where it goes.
So you have lived.
I am Judge Magister.
How'd you get out of there?
Even in disgrace.
I guess they must have had a helicopter or something
For aiding the Empire that
to get there in the
destroyed
first
my
place.
homeland.
Gabranth, do not blame yourself anymore.
You confound me, brother. You failed Landis. You failed Damaska. All you were to protect. Yet you still hold on to your honor. How?
I had someone more important to defend. And defender I have. How is it that you have survived? Is it not because you defend Lord Larsa?
Silence! All was stripped from me. Only hatred for the brother who fled our homeland remains mine. Tell me, why do you forsake that which you must hold most precious?
I do as I must, brother. Or is that not answer enough?
Oh, okay. I see what happened. I was pressing...
Look, Bush. Your
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see what happens.
As they must, for surely you cannot protect them. Know now the despair you have taught me.
I thought things were going oddly quick. I think I put it in like a fast forward motion. Like one of the buttons I pressed when I was trying to figure out what I could do. Put things in fast motion. Oh, it's like a focus mode for the camera. Oh, there we go. It's back in regular motion now. Okay. I didn't know what that was earlier, but I guess that's what it was. And just speed things up if I want. A really useful thing would be to just be able to swap between control without doing the whole selecting different party and stuff. But oh well. I'm almost at the end, so I'm not going to worry about minor control issues, whatever they happen to be. I guess last time I fought this guy, I had an extra person with me, so it was easier. By a pretty significant margin. Stopping to cast haste.
Ends at my blade.
Use like an ultimate attack against somebody with 50 hit points left. Oh, this is gonna take 2 seconds. Hey, and Bosch was even the one that got the final blow, so that was oddly appropriate. That was an unexpected result.
Have you your fill of this?
I would ask you the same. Let this end, Noah.
I have no right to be called by that name.
So...
Then live. And reclaim it.
I really don't know what that guy's deal is. His homeland was invaded by the Empire, and so he was mad that that happened. So he decided, you know what? I'm gonna join the Empire. That'll be how I react to things in this moment. Because that makes sense. They killed everyone I cared about, so I'm gonna help them kill more people. But his brother said, that's a stupid plan. I'm gonna not do that. And then he became mad at his brother for not doing the stupid thing. What? Why aren't you behaving like an idiot? I'm mad at you because you aren't acting dumb. I don't really get that, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much. There needed to be a fight towards the end again, and so we got a fight. And if I had Redis with me, I'd do better. Okay, so now we run the... It's kind of neat. We get to see that go up during just regular gameplay. Oh, there we go. Oh, is this really the end? I was thinking the dungeon would be longer.
I bid you welcome to my sky fortress, the Bahamut. I must apologize for my delay in welcoming you aboard my ship.
Shouldn't you be in the command center?
Permit me to ask, who are you? An angel of vengeance? Or perchance a saint of salvation?
Oh, okay. I thought he was asking legitimately, like he forgot who everybody was.
I am simply myself. No more and no less.
Shouldn't you ask, why are you here?
Only to be free.
Such a woman is not fit to bear the burden of rule. Weep for Dalmasca, for she is lost. Observe well, Asa. Watch and mark you the suffering of one who must rule, yet lacks the power.
No. No, brother. I will not. Though I lack your power, I will still persist.
Bold words, child.
Well, you keep telling me I should kill you if I don't agree with what you're doing. I think it's time for me to do that now. Tell that to a kid, and eventually I guess they'll start believing it.
Lord Laza.
I guess Larsa's an ally. Is he? He's not doing anything.
Your lives are forfeit, and your insurgents with them. Dalmasca will again know order. For good and all, I shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end.
What am I to do with those who would oppose me? But show them death!
That's not too bad. Oh, Lars is acting now. That's good, I guess. Yeah, this is the leader. This is the emperor of the empire right now. As I've implied before, he killed his like 102-year-old father in order to become emperor early, I guess. I don't actually know what the age of his father was, but he looked like he was really old. He looked a decrepit 80 maybe. But his father wanted to... I don't know what his father wanted, but he decided that he was going to kill his father to get his position at the throne. Okay, I don't know what that attack was. Looks like he punched space and time. Okay. So I beat him up now. It'd be funny if his like hair fell off or something. No, you have unwigged me.
Larsa!
I know eternal shame now. I've been barred. Okay. So the kid got struck by lightning, and somehow that made him get more powerful. And they think the artificial nukes causes this for some reason. The power of steroids, apparently.
Gabranth, you will defend my brother. He will have much need in the hell to follow.
Yes, I will defend Lord Larsa.
The hound strays. Treason bears a price.
You're pointing your sword at me from 50 feet away. How treasonous. I mean, I guess it is clear what he intends from his stance, but still. It is a very silly look. I don't think Nethicite has ever had this effect on anything before. It's just this guy that has it in this moment. I guess we blew up the source of the magic power, so I guess it kind of makes sense that a lot of the... I guess it makes sense that a lot of the... I don't know, artificial magic stones would have problems or issues now. Probably should. Maybe I'll just do this for Pinello. And for Fran, I'll just use an elixir on Van, maybe? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think this is the last boss, so I may as well just make myself. I think that just did a couple thousand points of damage or something.
Ivalice will know a new dynast king, and man will keep his own history. The tyranny of the gods is ended. We are their puppets no more. The freedom for which we have longed is at hand.
I like those weird effects that it's doing to the screen. It just completely did a costume change. I guess it makes sense because he's now like a ridiculous muscle man. These attacks look really silly. I mean, I guess it's kind of traditional that the attacks at the end of the game that the final boss uses are ridiculous. What are these things? Saphira A, Saphira D. She's targeting one with Aqua. Which I guess means that she was targeting one of the swords. Or one of the swords is weak against Aqua. Actually, what I should do is change all of Pinello's gambits to be single target effects. Except the single target fire is only weak fire. For some reason I thought some of these were single targets. Maybe... Well, I guess since there's no way to make these single targets, I think earlier when lightning was used, I saw lightning did damage to some of them but cured at others. I think that might be the case with a lot of these magic, or a lot of these targets. Because it's not that big a deal, because the enemies will eventually get killed, so. eventually his magic immunity will drop. Till then I just need to make sure Pinello doesn't waste magic points casting something that won't do anything. If only I knew beforehand. Could have just set her up slightly differently. You know, for such a gigantic airship, shouldn't have to go far in order to get this final confrontation battle. I guess maybe they didn't want to make the dungeon really long because I just went through a long dungeon. That would make sense. Actually, I just went through two because the one with the underground crystal in it was also kind of a long dungeon. Okay, he's still immune. Okay. It's weird that the magic nukes or whatever, like, they don't really tell you what they do. Or maybe what they do is like never really up to the people who use them. Because whatever the magic nukes are, it's something that the ancient, the Ocuria control. So maybe the Ocuria just, the rocks don't actually do anything, but the Ocuria can use the rocks to make magical effects happen, and they can just decide anything. So it's more like maybe the rocks are a focus that allows the Ocuria to do whatever they want with them. And most of the time the Ocuria just want mass destruction, so usually they just have a magic nuke effect. But what Vayne wants is to just be silly muscle man. So he uses it to make great swords fly around him in a circle and have giant muscles.
Even a stray has pride.
Oh great, now we get to see the face reveal of the identical twin. How dramatic.
Here I pay my debt.
Burn in hell! Governors!
Okay, so he just destroyed it? I don't know what is supposed to have happened. Hey, at least the main character got the final kill. Even though he did stab him with the tip of a giant sword and he just flew backwards with no visible damage. Okay, that was one of the Ocuria who was just hanging around. I don't know what the Ocuria was trying to do or why he was there. But he was there, you know, watching.
Hush. Tell me.
That confirms that he
is a good master.
That confirms that he at least went to them. I don't know what that ghost was supposed to have wanted. The Ocuria was supposed to have been trying to do there. Okay, so Vane survived and wandered out here. I don't know if he survived though. He's acting like he's injured. Oh, okay.
I have failed us both. I am no dynast king. You must find another, one who might realize your ambitions.
They are fulfilled beyond your knowing. The Christ is sundered. Age of Stones complete. From the Undying Ones, the world is freed. You shall not tread this path alone. Together we go. Come.
Oh, okay. So he was Vana was just trying to incite conflict to get them to destroy the stones, I guess. And the other Ocuria that don't like Vana were trying to use the stones to make an empire.
What has happened here? History begins anew.
I don't know why Vana had to be here for this last part. I guess to just observe. Maybe. I don't know what's happening. Whose side is being... I guess his own side is being destroyed? Okay. I guess a lot of stuff was being destroyed there because his body was looking for materials to do this with. Okay. I guess what we just saw is the process by which summons are created, maybe. Maybe they are just random guys that have something weird happen to them. So did Vana do this? No, there's no bar for this. Okay. Yeah, there's no boss bar, so I guess they just want you to do it without any sort of indicator of when the battle might be done. Makes it seem more ultimate if you don't have a good idea about when it's going to actually end. Maybe. How is that stuff all attached to him anyway? Mechanical wings, and he's got blade arms. I guess maybe this is the process by which the summons... I mean, I said it before, but I guess if this is the process by which summons are created, like... I guess it makes the summons more otherworldly. I don't know what makes sense with what Vana, like... Did that Okirian do this? And if so, why? Because the power this guy has is from the stones, so... Although I guess the person they want, the Undying, wanted to use the stones was Ash and her crew, and not this random guy. Not this random lunatic. What happens if he wins the battle? He just goes back to his empire and he says, "I'm the emperor." They're like, okay. And he's like, "No, look at my face. I still have mostly the same face, even though it's roided out." They're like, "Oh, you do kind of look like him." And then they decide to just accept him back on the throne, and like, he's gonna have to get a different throne because of his back attachments. I guess I'll have her cast Shock, see if that does anything better. I guess he's immune to Shock. Well, let's see, what else can I do? He might not be weak against anything. Actually, I could always just have these be vulnerable instead. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, he is vulnerable to that. Wait, did immune just pop up? It did pop up. Why is it... If he's immune to it, why does lightning vulnerable trigger it? I guess we'll just turn that off for now, so she at least does something useful. I'm guessing that just black magic doesn't work on him, maybe. Or maybe attack magic. But yeah, so I guess the wider goal of it was one of the Undying wanted to end the manipulation of mortals by his peers, so he left to try to engineer circumstances that would render the mechanism by which they used to manipulate everybody useless. But then... And like... the whole plot of the game and what everybody wants reflects that. Wait, immune? Does that mean he's immune to physical right now? I guess it does. This is a very weird, It looks like he mostly hit the airship that that we're all on more than it hit us. Okay, he might be immune to physical damage right now. I'm gonna turn on lightning attack. See if that does damage. Yeah, it does. I guess I'll just let her mostly attack. Wow, 11,370. That does way more damage. Okay, immune to magic. Okay, I guess this guy swaps between magic immunity and physical immunity. Oh. He said he was still immune to physical, I guess. I guess sometimes he's immune to everything. And it looks like he just blew up his own ship again. At least I think that's what it showed him blowing up there. Wait, should I just summon... Maybe I'll summon Mateus, see if that helps me up much. Just have that guy fight a summon. Flash freeze. Okay, it's immune to it. Boy, they're really proud of this design. They keep showing it off. I mean, all of the summons kind of look like they have a chaotic, kind of everywhere nonsense design, but that one in particular. Okay, it said it's no longer immune. Well, this isn't really optimal, but I guess I'll keep it just because I used the summon. So I may as well. That's the weird thing about the summons in this is, like, I do get the impression they're strong and powerful, but you get the summon in exchange for 2 characters disappearing. So, like, why would you want that? I guess maybe it's supposed to be like an emergency thing, like 2 characters drop, so you summon a creature to help you. I guess that would make sense if that's what the thought process is behind doing this. Oh. Oh, I guess I won. And looks like there's still a couple of people left, all the way till the end. He ran out of magic power and now okay, so he didn't die the same way as someone did. Oh, I hope I took cover from that. No, and our ship isn't being, or the ship we're on isn't being destroyed. That's useful. It means that we're also all not gonna die too. Okay. Well, that dungeon was both tougher than I remember it being and much shorter. But then again, I don't really remember it being... remember the last dungeon very well at all. Turns out he left the command bridge to just go talk to me because he was arrogant. He's like, intruders, I can take care of them. Single-handedly. The whole war is still going on. It's like, we need to get a radio and tell somebody that they're dead now.
No fuel goes to the Glossaire.
Or at least the Emperor is
You're in
dead.
charge. I'm checking the engine room.
Right.
Fran, with me.
Look! Bahamut's Glossaire rings are stopping!
What?
Varn, as soon as the Strahls rings move, you take off. Understood? You can fly.
I think the
her, Varn.
Glossaire
Just do it
rings
right
are supposed to be the things that make them fly.
Watch for interference from Bahamut's Skystone. The Strahls a fickle girl. You keep her working for us.
I'll see what I can do.
So they just said that the giant fortress flying over the capital city is about to fall out of the sky, I think.
If House Solidor should crumble, the Empire would fail, and civil war would take us all. I understand. The Lord Larsa is our last hope.
And now that kid is the Emperor because Vayne is dead. Vayne is dead under mysterious circumstances while in Rabanastra.
Right. Let's go.
But apparently nothing's gonna come of that because, I mean, this is the end of the game, so this is the point where
she's left Bahamut. She's moving away.
The straw.
this is the point where it all ends.
At last. The Bahamut has fallen. The final test is upon us. The judges shall rule us no more. Main cannon on the Alexander.
This is Judge Magister Gavan. All forces cease fire. I repeat, all units of the Arcadian army, hold your fire.
The battle is over. As of this moment, we have signed a ceasefire with the Shelia Benargan Dalmasca, the Royal Majesty.
What is that device they have and why is it so easy?
This is Larsa Farinus Solidor.
Oh, okay.
Vayne has died with honor in battle. The Imperial fleet is now under my command.
Sir, your orders, sir.
This is Ashelia Dalmasca.
The Lady Ash. Thank the gods you live.
I confirm what Judge Magister Gabranth and Larsa Solidor have said here.
Please stand down your attack. The war is over.
Oh, I guess Bosch is just gonna take Gabranth's identity.
A new day has dawned. We are free.
Looks more like a space station than an airship.
Look, Vaughn, the Bahamut.
Well, you kind of brought this upon yourselves, you guys.
Take it.
Sir.
This is Judge Sargabath, captain of the Alexander, flagship of the 12th Damascan fleet of the Arcadian army. I address all ships in Rabanasta's airspace. The Bahamut must not be allowed to fall on the city of Rabanasta. We are preparing to ram her. Do not interfere.
Madness.
Should she fall, the paling will not hold, and all Rabanasta will be obliterated.
I guess the paling is their shield over the city.
Once Bahamut is clear of the city.
Hasty, aren't they? I think it's a little early to be throwing away our lives just yet.
Balthier? Wait! Balthier, where are you?
Oh, Varn. Sounds like you made it out okay. The Strahl's a fine airship, eh?
What does he think he's doing? Balthier!
Marquis, stop that fool judge on the Alexander for me, would you? Just getting somewhere with these glossair rings. Almost done. Don't want him ramming me before I fix them, do we?
Balthier, do you understand exactly what it is you're doing?
Okay.
Princess. No need to
She
worry.
knows that they left them behind, but
I hope you haven't
Van
forgotten
didn't
my
know.
role in this little story. I'm the leading man. You know what they say about the leading man? He never dies.
Little does he know that he wasn't actually the main character.
Fran, power to the glossair rings. Fran? Do I have to do everything around here?
Listen to me, Balthier. Get out of Bahamut immediately.
Please, Balthier, you mustn't die.
Please, Balthier. Come back.
I'd say you're in more of a supporting role.
Fran, please.
Well, I guess they didn't have any engineers or whatever on their
The
ship.
Strahl's in your hands. You'd better take care of her, you hear? If there's one scratch on her when I get back...
Roger that. We'll be waiting for you.
So one of the evil Empire's top soldiers was ready to annihilate his whole battleship to save this city. They want to make the evil Empire, somewhat redeemable. So yeah, it crashed just outside the city. That's not too bad. Okay.
Say my love is all you need to see you through. But I know these words are not quite true.
It's hard to believe a year has passed so quickly. Rabanastre is finally back to the way it was, like when my parents were still alive. We've lost so much, but I think it's important to put the past behind us and keep our eyes on the road ahead. Ash's coronation is next month. She grows farther and farther away from us, but I guess that's how it has to be. She is queen now, after all.
Well, no. You just said that the coronation was next month. That's the thing that makes her queen.
I am looking forward to seeing you at the ceremony.
You called, my lord.
Yeah, and what I said. Took up his identity to help a conspiracy of
How is Bosch?
trying to keep things seeming in order.
To further the cause of peace in Ivalice. But still, I hope he comes back to Rabanastre and Ash soon. She has to keep up appearances now, so she would never say it, but I think she misses him.
Lose Lhasa, and we lose the Empire. Protect him. I would entrust him to no other's care.
I will keep him from harm. I promise you. For the Empire and for Dalmasca.
Your words put me at ease, brother. Sorry to leave you.
Okay. I just want to make it clear that that's why. Because it wasn't exact. Well, I mean, I guess it was clear, but the way that the speech talks half the times the first time I played this, I kind of zoned out and never understood what was going on in the game.
I haven't told you the most important part. Vaughn and I had been taking care of the straw, but it was stolen. We had just finished having her tuned up, too.
The most important part, we lost the ship.
Actually, stolen might not be the right word. If her owner wants her back, there's not much we can do about it, is there? There's still plenty of time before the coronation, so Vaughn's going to pay the two of them a visit. You should see him. He can hardly wait.
And he bought his own airship, I guess. That kind of makes sense. I mean, it's the ending, so all the main characters get what they want, right?
I'll be going too, of course. Every good sky pirate needs a partner, right?
And she didn't want anything, so she'll just hang out with Van. Also, I guess Fran and Balthier didn't really want anything either. They were just in an adventure just because. So yeah. But hey, I did not expect to get through the rest of that. I don't exactly know. For some reason, the first time I played this through, I didn't get what the main plot was. Like, I understood the secret, shadowy cabal of rulers were, like, you know, were giving you help for some reason. But I didn't get the idea that one of their number was wanting this method of control to end. So the only thing that I understood was that some beings come out of nowhere and give you help. And that was towards the end of the game, and then some guy has a lot of power just happen to him for some reason. And so when I was telling a friend of mine about, like, I think there's like this weird hidden plot in the game that these secret beings control the destiny of man, and like because I was thinking about this game later on, and I was like, I think it's supposed to be that some secret beings control your destiny and your fate, and that's like potentially an interesting plot, but like I think the game hints at it or something. And I was telling a friend of mine that owned the game and also played through it, and he was like, oh, that would be neat. I was like, yeah, I think it's a secret, like, thing that's in there, but, you know, like, maybe if you complete the secret dungeon, it tells you that. But no, I replay it again, and I play it again, and I find out that, no, that is actually just what the plot is. It's just that it's so hard to follow the dialogue sometimes that just knowing what the plot is can sometimes be a bit tricky. Which is pretty bad dialogue when you have trouble like that. People not knowing what's going on. But I think going into it, having played it before and having been exposed to the way the characters speak and how everything plays out ahead of time, like I sort of remembered most of it. Like I think that really helped me to understand what was going on. So like I'm kind of glad that the thing that I thought was subtle subtext is actually just text, because that actually makes things a lot more interesting, you know, as a story overall. I mean, having that be a hidden narrative or a hidden surprise or whatever, that would be a little more weird, because having it be actual, like, just text makes it more clear that the characters, you know, actually made a choice of some kind, rather than just, I'm going to side with the powerful creatures to get my revenge. Like, deciding to go against that. Actually, I don't think they kind of decided against it, but it's not any of the main characters that... I don't know, it's none of the main characters destroyed the magic nuke's power source. It was Redis that did it. The rest of them just kind of showed up there and stared at it for a while, like they weren't sure what they wanted to do. And then some fights broke out. And then another character that had nothing to do with most of the plot showed up to actually destroy it. And I don't know, it's there's aspects to it that could make it a lot more clear what was going on. Because the fact that Venat shows up at that magic nuke power source in order to help somebody trying to defend it from its destruction kind of makes it so like Venat's plan could not have possibly been to have that thing destroyed, because he helped somebody who wanted it not destroyed get there. You know, I mean, the only way that would make sense is if he has some weird power to read the future, but I don't think it's clear that that's what's going on. Like, I don't think it's even clear why the Ocuria want to control the mortal societies. You know? So I think there's a lot of things that happen in this that, like, character motivation isn't clear or established, but I think for the most part there's a lot of interesting ideas in this game that, if it was presented in a way that was more clear, it would be a lot more enjoyable. But yeah, you're just looking at all the random pencil art that somebody created. Concept art, I guess. But yeah, next time I'll finally be on to something else. A lot of this pencil art is pretty nice. I'm glad that the little girl version of Vieira don't also wear lingerie fetish clothing. That's a good thing for them to not put in their concept art. Of course, I don't think there's any Vieira children that are ever represented in the game. It's always the supermodel. Weird outfits. Vieira. Okay. Technical research. What is technical research? On a computer thing. Maybe there were people that didn't know how to do certain function calls or something that worked on the programming team, and technical researchers were just there to troubleshoot give advice to the other programmers or something. But yeah, it looks like it ran out of art. Anyway, yeah, I don't really know why I'm waiting till the end of this in order to do whatever. I think I've said most of the things that I would have to say about the plotline. I kind of wish that they established the mentality of the people that were just so on board with the idea of a monarchy that, like, they wanted a monarchy rather than a foreign empire's leadership in charge. Like, you know, establishing more of that would have been positive, I think, or would have been an improvement to the story, but I think for the most part, a lot of story elements are going to be not necessarily a priority when making a game like this. What does it do when I do this? New Game Plus. I think I'll at least look what New Game Plus is. Because I really don't know. Oh, it's gonna play the whole cutscene. Okay. I'm not going to play that. Oh, wait.
The death of Lord Rasla.
Okay, I'm just gonna see what this is. Is it gonna start me at the tutorial?
You there.
Yeah, it is. Wait, Rex is... Okay, it looks like New Game Plus at least makes the character level the same. So that's what that does. I'm just gonna see if it still has the same inventory and stuff. Go to the Iron Gate. And then I'll quit because, really, I don't think I'm going to be playing through this game again. I just want to see what New Game Plus does. Because I really don't know. Seems weird to have New Game Plus in this. Especially just going through the whole... I guess you couldn't have the whole story is like... I don't know, I think you could skip this if you were doing the playthrough of the game. Okay. It's level 90. Kier, Thunder. Okay. Alright, let me see this. Imperial Swordsman. It doesn't say what his level is. Okay, I think his level is way higher than it should be.
Captain?
Let me just skip this. Let's see if he just does a super... Okay, I have to run towards him. 273. Okay, yeah, he does way more damage than everybody. Yeah, I think it's probably just level and items are kept, but you just reset the whole story. It's not too interesting for a New Game Plus. I guess you'd do it in case you wanted to just try to get a full inventory and unlock everything and you've missed things before. But I think I'm pretty much done with this for now. So there's no reason for me to continue. Anyway, thanks for anybody who happens to still be here. And I will be seeing you next time, whenever that happens to be. And goodbye.